What happened in the skies on the morning of September 11th, 2001? air defense seemed to be ineffective.
The American 11 boss just gave us a heads up and said that he was heading towards Washington.
Now, where are you getting this information from on American 11?
Okay. You know, let's get rid of this goddamn sim. Turn your switch. Hey, turn the sim switches off. Get rid of that crap.
According to the 9/11 Commission report, 4 aircraft departed America's airports on a gorgeous September morning in the northeast corridor of the United States. 2 from Boston Logan, 1 from Newark, New Jersey, and another from Washington Dulles in Virginia. The aircraft alleged to have attacked the World Trade Center are reported to have departed Boston's Logan International Airport. The first aircraft, claimed to be American 11, tail number N334AA, is reported to have departed Logan at approximately 0800 a.m. United 175, tail number N612UA, a few minutes thereafter. Both climbing out to their cruising altitude, it is alleged the aircraft were hijacked by Muslim extremists armed with box cutters. Located at Hill Air Force Base in Utah, the 84th Radar Evaluation Squadron, also known as RADIES, provided software and files through the Freedom of Information Act of the reported radar tracks on the morning of September 11, 2001. We will be analyzing these files throughout this presentation. NORAD provided audio recordings from the morning of September 11, 2001 of their Northeast Defense Command, also known as NEADS, the sector responsible for defending the northeastern United States. The FAA also made available their audio recordings from Boston and Washington. Please keep in mind when viewing this presentation that pilots for 9/11 Truth do not claim data provided by government sources is authentic, yet it must be analyzed. Pilots for 9/11 Truth have analyzed a growing mountain of information and data provided by government agencies, much of which conflicts with the government narrative of events. How can government agencies draw a conclusion when even their own data does not support their hypothesis? Government sources and the 9/11 Commission must be held accountable for such conflicts, yet they refuse to comment. Even if data were altered by their very sources, it is a crime to fabricate data provided through the Freedom of Information Act, and someone must be held accountable. These are the radar tracks of the various aircraft and their relative positions on the morning of 9/11 during a little over the 2-hour period from 8 a.m. till approximately 10:15, according to the 84th Radar Evaluation Squadron. Included is the fighter response. Irreverent air traffic and clutter have been filtered for clarity. According to the tapes, at approximately 0815, American 11 was given a turn 20 degrees to the right to avoid traffic.
Turn 20 degrees right.
The crew read back the instructions and made the turn.
Right, American 11.
Roughly 15 seconds later, American 11 was given an instruction by ATC to climb and maintain 35,000 feet.
American 11, climbing table level 350.
There was no reply. Boston Center made continued attempts to contact American 11 without success.
American 11, climbing table level 350. American 11, Boston.
United 175 checks in on the frequency after departing Boston Logan.
United 175 out of 19 United 175, Boston, Center, Roger.
The next time American 11 is heard from was the widely publicized infamous call from Mohammed Atta, supposedly at the controls, in which he is alleged to mistakenly have transmitted over the air a demand meant for the cabin.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
Buddy, we have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're turning to the airport.
This roughly 10 minutes after the last call from the crew.
And who's trying to call me here?
It is important to keep in mind, this transmission could have been broadcast from anywhere. Those who make excuses for the government story claim this transmission was from American 11. because that's what the government told them.
American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll danger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
Roughly 25 minutes after departure, 0825, the alleged American 11 changes course according to the Rady's radar. The target turns south and heads for New York City. United 175 then gets handed off to the next sector.
United 175, contact the Boston Center on 133.42.
3342, United 175, go on.
In this sector, UA 175 gets a visual on an aircraft described as American 11.
United 175, Boston.
175, go ahead, sir.
Roger, you have traffic. Look at your 12 to 1 o'clock at about 10 miles southbound. See if you can see an American 767 out there, please.
Okay, we're looking. Negative contact, guys. 175.
You said 583. Can you see it?
583, we still don't have him yet, sir. We're looking.
Okay, United 175, you have him at your 12 o'clock now, 10 miles.
Affirmative, we have him. He looks about 20, about 29, 28,000.
Okay, thank you.
UA 175 is given a vector to pass behind that aircraft and then to head direct to its next fix, which is Sparta VOR.
United 175, clear direct Sparta.
Sparta, United 175.
UA 175 is then handed off to New York Center at roughly 5 minutes before the alleged American Airlines 11 impacts the North Tower.
United 175, contact New York Center 127.17.
2717, United 175.
At approximately 0830, the first call was made by the Boston Traffic Management Unit, also known as Boston TMU, to notify the command center of the hijack of American 11.
Command Center East, Tony.
Hi, Tony. Good morning, Boston Center. I got a situation here with American 11, American 11, Boston departure to LAX. We believe it's a possible hijack situation.
Okay, tell me more.
Okay, he departed Boston. We lost radio communications with him. Then we lost his transponder, and they believe that they heard in the background something, a threat. And right now,
What, a threat, you said?
a threat. And right now the aircraft is just west of Albany, going southbound.
Okay, I see him.
And he's
Nobody's talking to him, right?
nobody's talking to him at this time, correct?
Okay. Anything I can do to help you right now?
And no, I mean, just in the right, we have no idea where this aircraft is going. Maybe a hit up the New York Center.
The command center recommends to notify all surrounding centers, especially New York and Cleveland.
Hey, well, probably as a precaution, might be good if we call it Cleveland and New York and at least let them know, just in case this guy starts heading there, where they'll have a heads up on it. Okay, let's do that.
Cleveland. Hi, Cleveland, New York, Boston. I got a little situation with American 11, American 11. He is a 767 departed Boston going to LAX. We don't know where the aircraft is going. He is supposedly going to LAX. Was going westbound. We lost his frequency. Then we lost his transponder, and now the aircraft is just west of Albany, heading due south.
Oh, my goodness.
Do we have the data block on it? Yeah, it's a primary target presently, and it's just heading southwestbound.
Okay.
No altitude encoded right now.
I'll advise the area.
The last altitude observed was flight level 290.
29.
Heading southwestbound. He's like towards Hancock, right around there. He's southwest of Albany by 15 miles.
You have no idea where he's going?
No idea, sir.
All right.
You can tag him on the TSD. I do did pick him up.
Primary only?
Primary only.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
At approximately 0835, a call to scramble fighters is made by Boston Center directly to Cape Approach, trying to get in touch with Otis Air Force Base.
Cape Pentagon, Cape on a team in a 41. Cape Pentagon. Yeah. Hi. Are you able to talk to Otis on this line?
I'm not sure, but if you need to get in touch with them, I can. I think they're on the 7 line.
I have a little situation with the American 11.
What?
I have a situation with American 11.
You want to talk to Otis Tower?
I want to talk to Otis Street. I need to scramble some fighters.
All right, well, hold on a second. Let me get you the soup.
Pick up on the 41. Something about a scramble, I don't know.
Cape Approach. Hey, Cape. Dan Buena from Washington.
Yes.
I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack.
American 11?
Yes, sir. Departed Boston going to LAX. Right now he's south of Albany. He'd like to scramble some fighters to go tail him.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk to Otis here.
Okay, and just put if he wants, just depart, and we'll put a flight plan in for him.
At 0840, 5 minutes later, Boston calls the command center to speak with New York TRACON Direct, letting them know the hijack is confirmed.
Command Center East, Tony.
Hi, Tony. Command Center here. Boston Center here. Could I get New York TRACON?
You bet. Oh, nothing with the...
Yes, with American 11.
Say it again?
Oh, a reference to American 11.
Right, have you had any contact with him yet?
No contact. It is confirmed hijack, though. Hey, TRACON. Hi, Boston Center. Good morning. American 11. 767, possible hijack.
Okay, American 11, 75, and...
76.
Where's he landing?
Right now, we don't have any idea, but he was to the northwest of Albany, and now he's down by Sparta, losing speed very rapidly. We believe he's a primary only, and we believe he's on a descent. That's why he's slowing down.
I'm just trying to... and he's around the Sparta area now, you say?
Yeah, he's around the Sparta area right now.
Wow, I just don't see anything.
Yeah, it's a primary target right now.
Yeah, I'm looking pretty hard for any kind of primary target. We still should be able to see it, and I don't see...
I do have something on the TSC if that gives you an idea of which way he's heading.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the real raw radar here, and I just don't see... anything out there. I'll let the area know to start looking for it.
We just don't have any idea what out. Last outfit we had was fellow 290, but his speed has diminished quite a bit.
Okay.
So we believe it might be a descent.
Okay. Alrighty. Well,
Okay.
I'll pass it along to the sector.
All right, just be careful.
Understand.
Check.
Hey, Boston?
Yes.
You said you confirmed the hijack. How'd you...
Well, what has happened, the pilot has kept the mic keyed while the person's in the cockpit, the flight deck.
Okay, and what are you hearing?
The threat, I don't really know what they're hearing, but that the suit came down and confirmed that it is the hijack.
Okay, if you learn anything else, please give us a call so we can help you out as best we can. Does New York know about this guy heading?
New York knows, Cleveland knows, maybe Washington will be next. We're going to scramble some fighters to tail him.
Okay, coming out of Otis?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take care of the coordination with Washington Center. I will advise them of what's going on.
Thank you.
According to the command center, Washington was also being advised at this time to keep an eye out for suspicious aircraft. This was an hour prior to the attack on the Pentagon. At 0845, 1 minute prior to the North Tower impact, Cape calls Boston and advises them they would need to get authorization from the Northeast Defense Sector, also known as NEEDS, to launch fighters. Cape gives Boston the flight ID of the fighters as Panta 45 and 46.
Do me a favor.
Samuel.
Yeah, it's Cape Tracon here. Is Dan there?
That's me.
Hey, I just talked to Otis here, and they said they needed a NEADS authorization.
We're working with NEAS to see if they should be calling you now.
Okay, just to let you know, we got a call on a Panta, P-A-N-T-A, Alpha November Tango Alpha 45.
Yeah.
And 46, flight of 2. They'll be airborne soon.
Great, thank you.
All right, TJ.
It is interesting to note that American 11 and United 175 both have the same departure and destination, Boston to LAX, but were given different routing. American 11 was cleared along the preferred Great Circle route to LAX, which directs flights over Syracuse, New York. This is the most direct route to Los Angeles International Airport. United 175 was given a more southern route, used mainly by departures out of Newark. Due to the cleared southern route of the alleged UA-175, the aircraft was closer to the World Trade Center after the first tower strike. Had this aircraft been given the preferred route to LAX, it would have taken more time to reach its target, and perhaps given enough time for fighters to intercept the aircraft before reaching its target. Also, due to this change of route, United 175 crossed American 11 within miles of each other. At this time, UA-93 departed EWR. UA-93 and UA-175 used the same exact path, also within miles of each other. This brings to mind Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods was a mission developed by Joint Chiefs of Staff Lemnitzer. The operation dictated swapping commercial aircraft once airborne for drones and shooting them out of the sky. This action was to be blamed on Cuba in order to justify an invasion. A classic false flag mission. Stage an attack and blame it on your enemy to gain public and, most importantly, congressional support for war. There are many tracks which seemingly go out of their way to converge with the alleged 9/11 targets and then split off. Was a swap occurring at these points? A sort of revised and updated form of Operation Northwoods? Of course, a simple explanation will be offered by government agencies and those who make excuses. But the coincidences cannot be ignored. At 8:52 a.m., fighters are launched from Otis Air Force Base. Needs repeatedly wants the fighters to go direct to the Z-point, to New York City, and demand the FAA ATC clear a route.
I don't know where I'm scrambling these guys to. I need a direction, destination.
Okay, I'm going to give you the Z-point. It's just north of New York City.
I got this lat long 4115, 7436, or 7346.
Head them in that direction.
Copy that.
Then a report comes in that the hijacked aircraft just struck the World Trade Center.
Sergeant Sergeant Sandra, may I help you?
Yeah, it's 1st Air Force Sergeant Tibbetts. We just confirmed from down here that was one of the same, the hijack and the plane hitting the building.
1st Air Force confirmation, one in the same American Airlines and into the World Trade Center. Copy? Is that what you said, sir?
That's copy, yes.
Another report is circulated through the system that the last known position was 15 miles east of JFK.
The last position I got from Boston was 15 miles east of JFK.
Instead of the fighters being scrambled directly to New York City, Needs changes their route to hold in W105, a warning area off the southern coast of Long Island based on the last known position that was never verified. Here they are instructed to hold as a radar track accelerates to more than 150 knots over the max operating speed of a 767 with its target in sight, the World Trade Center South Tower. We analyzed the speeds for the South Tower aircraft thoroughly in our presentation 9/11 World Trade Center attack. We have found, based on precedent, data, and aerodynamics, that a standard 767 would be impossible to control at such excessive speeds over its max operating. Was this aircraft modified so it could beat Otis fighters to its target, the South Tower of the World Trade Center? If it was, the modifications would have to be instructed by individuals who know our air defense response time. Just like there has never been a steel skyscraper to collapse from fire prior to 9/11, there has never been an aircraft positively identified to exceed its max operating speed by more than 150 knots, its maneuvering speed by 220 knots, pulled G's, was controllable and survived before 9/11 or after. After the second impact, Otis fighters were instructed to set up combat air patrol over New York City. Tankers were called in for fueling operations and remained loitering. Almost 35 minutes after American 11 went silent, also known as Nordo, and changed course, American 77 was lost to Indianapolis Center.
Indianapolis Center was working this guy.
What guy?
American 77.
Okay.
At flight level 350. However, they lost radar with him, they lost contact with him, they lost everything, and they don't have any idea where he is or what happened. So what we've done at the surrounding centers here is to tell everyone to look out for limited codes, primary targets, or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Indianapolis contacted American Airlines 3 times to notify them of another missing aircraft. At 9:08 a.m., Langley was also notified and ordered to battle stations, an order in which pilots are sitting in their cockpits, ready for flight. Yet Langley fighters didn't get airborne till almost 20 minutes later.
Tell Foxy to scramble Langley, send them in the same location. Battle stations or scramble? Battle stations only, Langley.
And were given instruction to head out over the Atlantic instead of directly to protect Washington.
Say again where you want him?
We want him in the Whiskey 386 area.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
As soon as the Pentagon was attacked, Langley fighters turned towards Washington. There are many other bases closer to Washington and New York City that offer defense. Otis and Langley were selected due to the fact many fighters from other bases were out on training exercises. Several training exercises were in effect on the morning of 9/11.
I hope they cancel the exercise because this is ridiculous.
You guys watching the news?
Yeah, they got it on in the battle cab right now. Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I've been watching it for about 10 minutes, and I said, I wonder if they suspend the exercising?
Not at this time, no. I've never seen so much real-world stuff happen during an exercise.
Andrews Air Force Base is within 10 miles of Washington, D.C. The fighters were sent to North Carolina. Atlantic City F-16s are much closer to New York City than Otis Air Force Base F-15s. Atlantic City fighters were training out over the Atlantic. In fact, Otis also had fighters out on training missions. He had 2 fighters on alert. Needs was also in training mode when the attacks occurred. Needs had simulated tracks on their radar screens and didn't remove them till almost 9:30 a.m., well after the second tower impact. According to Captain Jeff Lottis, a former F-15 fighter pilot with 2 tours of duty in Iraq, false inputs on radar screens is unprecedented, except on 9/11. You can hear the confusion when Needs is attempting to locate their tankers. Call sign Team 23.
No, Team 21 and 107. Thank you. This is Team 23. That's Team 23.
Yeah, I just told Jeremy, I want him down in 386 and we would have okay. You know what, get rid of this goddamn sim. Turn the sim switches off. Just get rid of that crap.
Our defenses just seemed behind the 8 ball every step of the way. Was this all by design? How would the hijackers know to strike on such a chaotic day with the U.S. under minimal defense? It seems the hijackers were extremely lucky all morning on 9/11. That is, if what we've been told by the 9/11 Commission is true. Yet, even the 9/11 Commission admits they haven't been told the truth. The Pentagon, our nation's military headquarters. How could an aircraft get so close to the Pentagon after America has been attacked almost an hour prior? The Pentagon in Washington, D.C. is well defended, according to former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger.
The city is ringed with Air Force bases and Navy bases, and the ability to get defensive planes in the air is very, very high, and at the same time you would do what is being done, and that is closing off the entire airspace so that you, in effect, the whole Washington area is a no-fly zone, so that any planes that can't identify themselves that get into that are to be shot down.
Does the Pentagon also have anti-aircraft defense? Certainly the general public would not know of such installations, as our enemies would obtain the same information. If the Pentagon did have such a defense, it would certainly be classified. April Gallup is a survivor of the Pentagon attack. She crawled through the hole in the Pentagon holding her son. April says that she did not see any evidence of an aircraft crash and didn't even know an airplane was reported to have caused the damage till she got to the hospital. April is extremely puzzled by the fact that there were no warnings or defense of the Pentagon attack, especially when everyone in the world knew America was being attacked after the World Trade Center strikes. When discussing airspace surrounding our nation's capital, often the restricted airspace referred to is the prohibited areas around the Capitol building and the White House. We have to look further out. This is known as Class Bravo airspace. It is a highly controlled airspace in which you need a clearance to enter, including two-way radio communication and a working Mode C transponder that reports your altitude. New York and Washington, D.C. both have Class Bravo airspace surrounding their hub airports. New York covers JFK, Newark, and LaGuardia, while Washington covers Baltimore, Reagan National in the middle, and west to Dulles. American 77 was lost from radar when its transponder was shut off at 8:56 a.m. This is 10 minutes after the first tower strike, and 16 minutes after Washington was notified to keep an eye out for suspicious aircraft. Danielle O'Brien at Washington TRACON observed a fast-moving target penetrating Washington Class Bravo. She wasn't notified of the events in New York, yet Washington Center was advised. Why was this information seemingly intercepted from getting to TRACON controllers in Washington? Had Miss O'Brien and her colleagues been advised of the events in New York, would she have been more alert to have the target penetrating Washington Class Bravo intercepted? Would the word have gone out to the Langley fighters, who were now heading out over the Atlantic? If the unidentified target reached Washington, D.C., certainly Pentagon aircraft defense could have played a role, if April Gallup is correct. Some have argued that the Pentagon would not have such a defense because Reagan National is so close, an aircraft departing and arriving could inadvertently be shot down. Those who make such arguments aren't familiar with how the national airspace system works. Most aircraft arriving into Reagan National are well known of their intentions prior to even departing their origin airport. Those that aren't are well known of their intentions prior to entering Washington Class Bravo, 30 miles from Reagan National. Those who don't communicate and perhaps have their transponders off, that is your target. Aside from the fact we already know it's impossible for an aircraft to have caused the physical damage at the Pentagon based on witnesses filmed on location and data provided by government agencies, an unidentified aircraft should not have been anywhere close to the Pentagon. It appears the interceptors were intercepted. Always one step behind the curve until the objectives were accomplished. The confusion caused throughout the system on 9/11 seems to be the contributing factor of why the perpetrators were so successful in carrying out their missions.
Hey, turn the swim switches off.
When an unidentified target was approaching Washington, D.C. from the west, a message was sent out in the system that American 11 was still airborne.
Pentagon's military, Boston Center. Just had a report that American 11 is still in the air and it's on its way heading towards Washington.
Okay, American 11 is still in the air on its way towards Washington?
There was another aircraft that hit the tower. That's the latest report we have.
Okay.
I'm going to try to confirm an ID for you, but I would assume he's somewhere over either New Jersey or somewhere further south.
Okay, so American 11 isn't a hijack at all then, right?
No, he is a hijack.
American 11 is a hijack?
Yes.
And he's going into Washington?
It could be a third aircraft.
It could be a third aircraft going on to Washington. Do you have a Mode 3 on him, sir?
No, Mode 3, we're trying to get a radio DME if I can. This is a report I had from Washington Center. You might want to get someone on another phone talking to Washington Center, see if they have him tracked up.
Copy that.
And then get maybe DC Guard or somebody up there on the aircraft.
Okay, do you have a lat long right now on it?
I will try to get one.
Okay, copy, thanks.
All eyes then focused on a target coming from the northeast and not the west. Also, this message was sent out that the aircraft was headed towards Washington before it would have even gotten to Philly. Why was the rumor started that an aircraft from the northeast is inbound to Washington and not Philly? Was it to lead interceptors toward a phantom target and away from the real threat inbound from the west? The ultimate source for this confusion is still unknown.
Hello.
Hi, this is Huntress ID.
Huntress, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We have fighters on battle stations and airborne also. We're trying to figure out the lat long for the American 11. Boss just gave us a heads up and said that he was heading towards Washington.
Now, where are you getting this information from on American 11?
Boston military.
Who?
Boston military?
Boston?
Yes.
Military desk.
And they said that they were getting updates through Washington.
So not Washington Center, I'm sure, because American 11 is the airplane that we're under the premise that has already crashed into the Trade Center.
Right.
Again, someone intercepted the interceptors by providing false information. Washington TRACON was isolated due to the fact that they weren't advised of the events in New York. The rest of the system was virtually isolated from Washington TRACON because TRACON didn't feel the unidentified target may be a threat until it was too late. Again, due to the fact the information seemed to have been intercepted from getting to Washington TRACON.
Have any information you may need on this flight?
Okay, if you could do me a favor and have them call us. We cannot call out for some reason.
By this time, many are aware of the infamous Norman Manetta testimony given to the 9/11 Commission. The aircraft was 50 miles out, 30 miles out, 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand?
The plane is 10 miles out. The young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Well, at the time I didn't know what all that meant. And
the flight you're referring to is the
flight that came into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
To this day, there has been much controversy over what exactly those orders were. Were they to stand down in order to let the Pentagon attack occur? Were they a shoot-down order? Manetta's testimony has been among the most damaging because those who make excuses for the government story are having a very difficult time trying to explain such a conversation with the vice president.
Some young man came in and said to the vice president, there's a plane 50 miles out coming towards D.C. So I said, Monty Belger, who's the number 2 at FAA, I said, Monty, what do you have on radar on this plane coming in? He said, well, the transponder's been turned off, so we don't know who it is, and we don't know the altitude or speed. And so I said, well, where is it? He said, well, it's somewhere beyond Great Falls right now. And so then the young man came in and said, it's 20 miles away. And so I'd say, well, Monty, where is this plane in relationship to the ground? And on the radar, it's hard to associate with a ground point, but they'd be able to tell you roughly the distance from wherever you are. But he couldn't tell you speed or altitude. And then all of a sudden, as I was talking to him, he said, I lost the bogey, lost the target. I said, well, where is it? He said, well, somewhere between Roslyn and National Airport. And about that time, someone broke into the conversation. Said, Mr. Secretary, we just had a confirmation from a Arlington County police officer saying that he saw an American Airlines plane go into the Pentagon.
Some have argued that the aircraft which was being discussed was United Airlines 93 coming down from Pennsylvania, and that Manetta had his timeline inaccurate. This can't be the case, as United 93 never got close to the Pentagon. Some have argued it was American Airlines 11, but same thing. American Airlines 11 never got close to the Pentagon. Even in what is called coast track mode, when a radar track of an aircraft continues on its present course based on the last data received, the aircraft still would not have been close to the Pentagon. The aircraft target being discussed by Vice President Cheney and overheard by Manetta could only be the target inbound from the west, which penetrated Washington-class Bravo airspace. Combine that with the fact that the Langley fighters were headed out over the Atlantic during this time and turned inbound only after the target drops off radar near the Pentagon, it seems pretty obvious what the orders were. An airborne command center, a military version of a 747, was airborne when the unidentified target approached from the west. According to Rady's data, this aircraft did a dozy-do with the unidentified target as the F-16s were headed out over the Atlantic. Again, at the moment the target disappears at the Pentagon, the F-16s are then turned towards Washington. Operation Northwoods proposed swapping aircraft for drones and using them in a false flag attack to blame on Cuba. There is evidence of the original aircraft still airborne after their supposed crash. Unlike the false rumors floated through the system in an apparent attempt to intercept the interceptors, there is data which does show UA-93 still airborne after its alleged crash, as well as N612UA, the aircraft which supposedly hit the South Tower. ATC transcripts show UA-93 still airborne at a location just south of the impact crater. ACARS data, a device used for communicating with aircraft, show UA-175 still airborne in western Pennsylvania, almost 20 minutes after its reported crash. This ACARS data reports the closest station transmitting to and from an aircraft. The official flight path of the alleged UA-175 shows that if the aircraft were to receive an ACARS message, it should have come from these transmitting locations. This is the map of the ACARS facility surrounding the New York City area. However, ACARS stations were reported to have transmitted from Harrisburg and Pittsburgh, PA, after the alleged impact at the South Tower. According to radar specialist and electrical engineer Dennis Cimino, this is impossible if N612UA crashed into the World Trade Center. War games, simulated radar tracks, routing clearances other than preferred, enabling the second aircraft threat to be closer to the World Trade Center after the first impact. Aircraft exceeding their max operating limits by more than 130 to 150 knots. Inaccurate aircraft position reports, false aircraft target reports, aircraft converging, flying virtually in formation with, and then diverging from reported 9/11 aircraft. Fighters launched in the wrong directions. Aircraft seemingly still airborne after the alleged attacks. Poor communications. Phones not working.
We cannot call out for some reason.
All right, let me have your number.
Is it any surprise that our defenses were always one step behind, while the perpetrators of 9/11 were able to successfully accomplish their mission? with military precision. Are we supposed to believe Al-Qaeda was running all this interference so the supposed hijackers could complete their mission? Bin Laden isn't even listed as a suspect for 9/11, yet we went into Afghanistan to smoke him out. These are real questions. The cold hard facts added to the growing mountain of information and data, which does not add up to what we have been told by our government. Write your Congress representatives, your senators, demand a full and thorough investigation before we write more law giving up our freedoms in the name of security. They who give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin, February 17th, 1775. Thank you for taking the time to inform yourself.
Play music now.
Give a ticket for an airplane. Ain't got time, say no factory. Lonely days are gone.
We're not gonna die. We're all gonna die. We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here. We're not gonna die.
I don't want to die. You're not gonna leave me, are you? I don't want to die.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here.
I don't want to die. You're not gonna leave me, are you? I don't want to die.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna get out of here.
In September 1991, shortly after the end of the Cold War, a cabal of elite bankers and intelligence spooks led by George H.W. Bush financed a $240 billion covert operations war chest through the purchase of 10-year securities that, as it happened, were scheduled to come due on September 12, 2001. Project Hammer was undoubtedly used for a wide variety of illicit intelligence operations, but mainly it was used to finance a covert economic operation against the collapsing Soviet Union, whereby unknown Western investors bought up much of the Soviet industry with a focus on oil and gas, crashing the Russian economy, looting its central bank, orchestrating what became known as the Great Ruble Scam, and a wide variety of other clandestine, state-assisted operations designed to thoroughly prevent Russia from ever contesting the U.S. as a world superpower, while in the process lining the pockets of these economic hitmen who swooped in to devour the collapsing Russian economy after the fall of the Soviet Union. A spectacular investment for all, at least until money laundering investigations began tracing all the money, or when the 10-year deadline came up and the securities became due and began the routine process of authenticity and ownership checks. Evidence shows that several federal and private investigations had already stumbled upon the Hammer Fund and were compiling evidence on it up until the 9/11 attacks. These included the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI, which was moved to the outer E-ring of the recently renovated section of the Pentagon that was targeted and destroyed on 9/11. According to E.P. Heidner, the ONI had been investigating crimes associated with the plundering of Russia. 39 out of the 40 people who worked in those offices were killed on 9/11, including the entire chain of command. The Pentagon's financial accounting offices in that same wing were also an obvious target, as were the passengers on board Flight 77, many of whom coincidentally held top-secret clearances and were connected with Pentagon black operations. Agents of the Office of Naval Intelligence had also been investigating financial transactions which were linked to securities being managed by those securities dealers in the World Trade Center that were also targeted. 31% of the 125 fatalities in the Pentagon were from the Naval Command Center that housed the Office of Naval Intelligence. 41% of the fatalities in the Twin Towers came from two companies that managed U.S. government securities, Cantor Fitzgerald and Eurobrokers. There were three major security brokers in the World Trade Center: Cantor Fitzgerald, Eurobrokers, and Garbin Intercapital. At 8:46 on the morning of September 11th, Flight 11 flew directly into Marshall McLennan's secure computer room in the North Tower, right below the floor on which Cantor Fitzgerald was situated. Cantor Fitzgerald was the largest security dealer in the U.S. Shortly after that, a massive explosion went off just under the FBI offices in the North Tower on the 23rd floor. Fires were reported on the 22nd floor at 8:47. There were also explosions and subsequent fires reported at Garbin Intercapital on the 25th floor and in the basement of Tower 1 as well. Shortly thereafter, at 9:03, Flight 175 hit the South Tower right below the floors on which Eurobrokers was situated. In all three cases, the explosive, fiery destruction consumed the offices and the several floors above, destroying files and trapping victims inside. In the midst of all this, Building 6 was destroyed by an explosion that took place before either tower fell. This secondary explosion took out a portion of the building which just happened to include the El Dorado Task Force's offices. The El Dorado Task Force was an interagency money laundering watchdog group responsible for coordinating all major money laundering investigations in the U.S. In the immediate aftermath of September 11th, these groups would be redirected to investigate terrorist financing. Building 6 was located directly between the North Tower and World Trade Center Building 7. While large portions of World Trade Center 6 were gutted by explosions and later by falling debris from the North Tower, the building itself did not suffer a global symmetric collapse at near freefall acceleration as did Buildings 1, 2, and 7. FEMA photographer and 9/11 whistleblower Kurt Sonnenfeld took some interesting pictures of the U.S. Customs vault in the basement of World Trade Center 6, which was found completely empty and left with the door wide open. All of its contents appear to have been looted during the attacks. There is also evidence that gold was being looted from the vaults beneath World Trade Center 4. There were several early reports of a 10-wheel truck packed with stolen bullion caught fleeing World Trade Center 5 when the vehicle had become stuck on a collapsed ceiling brace, forcing the driver to flee the scene. Many researchers have stumbled across one or two of these anomalies from time to time: the empty vaults, the secondary explosions, the fireproofing upgrades on the exact floors coinciding with failure and impact in the towers, the suspicious power downs and evacuation drills, the World Trade Center tenants and security firms like AIG, Marsh & McLennan, and Kroll, and their close ties with the intelligence community, etc., etc. These anomalies are not unrelated, but nevertheless became lost inside the chaos of that September morn, the aftermath, and subsequent cover-ups. Okay, so what does all this mean? Overall, a critical mass of brokers from the major government security brokerages in the Twin Towers had to be eliminated to create chaos in the government securities market. A situation needed to be created wherein $240 billion of covert securities could be electronically cleared without anyone asking questions, which happened when the Federal Reserve declared an emergency and invoked its emergency powers that very afternoon. On September 14th, the Securities and Exchange Commission declared a national emergency and for the first time in U.S. history invoked its emergency powers under the Securities Exchange Act Section 12K and eased regulatory restrictions for clearing and settling security trades for the next 15 days. These changes would have allowed the estimated $240 billion in covert government securities to be cleared upon maturity without the standard regulatory controls around identification of ownership. The towers needed to be demolished to create a big enough mess that the illicit activities taking place behind the scenes that morning could be hidden in the confusion of that day. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about who did it and how. 9/11 whistleblower Richard Andrew Grove was a software salesperson for a company called Silverstream. Silverstream's technology was on the cutting edge of internet solutions, offering software to web-enable the critical business functions of Fortune 500 companies, basically integrating and making available on the web the disparate legacy applications and mainframes while simultaneously streamlining workflow and traditional paper processes, with an end result being a lower cost of operation and more efficient transactions. Silverstream had built internet transactional and trading platforms for Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, Bankers Trust, Alex Brown, and Morgan Stanley, to name a few. Leading up to 9/11, Silverstream was designing specialized accounting software for a major client, Marsh & McLennan. Marsh is the world's largest insurance brokerage and was located right below Cantor Fitzgerald in the North Tower. Approximately 295 Marsh employees were murdered that morning, along with other innocent victims and employees who either knew too much or too little about their chosen work environment. But most importantly, Silverstream provided a specific type of connectivity that was used to link AIG and Marsh & McLennan, the first two commercial companies on the planet to employ this type of transaction. What then were Marsh and AIG doing, and why did they need to leverage technologies that no other commercial entity on the face of the earth needed to use to conduct business? The recovered hard drives from the World Trade Center, combined with Richard Grove's testimony, give us some intriguing clues. Grove discovered that Silverstream was overbilling Marsh to the tune of $7 million extra for fictitious and unneeded hardware. He also became aware of an exploitable flaw in the accounting software that had been sold to a variety of Marsh's clients and partners. When he brought this up to his superiors at Silverstream and others at Marsh, he was told to keep quiet and not to worry about it. But other friends of his at Marsh were also getting concerned and began documenting what was going on and raising concerns within the company. At last, they were finally granted a hearing with one of Marsh's high-ranking executives and were told to bring all their evidence to a hearing scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on September 11, 2001, on the 93rd floor. The high-ranking member of Marsh, who Grove did not name, would participate via teleconference from the safety of his home, while Marsh employees and potential whistleblowers, Gary Lasko, Catherine Lee, Ken Rice, Richard Brewhart, and John Oltzhofer, would die in the meeting room in the North Tower with all their evidence when American Airlines Flight 11 would impact that very section of the building. Richard Grove fortunately got stuck in traffic that morning and didn't make it. Computer hard drives recovered from the World Trade Center show a spike in suspicious transfers that took place within the World Trade Center as the 9/11 attacks were unfolding. Richard Grove is convinced that these suspicious money transfers were performed electronically using Silverstream software, and that the overbilling of Marsh was hush money for the operations. It would certainly have helped clear up that $240 billion in securities and make it look like any of those companies might have done it. The recovered hard drives and financial transactions from 9/11 all show clear evidence that something was going on that morning. Marsh's CEO at the time was Jeffrey Greenberg, the son of Maurice Greenberg of AIG. Most insurance companies were hurting badly in late 2001 after $40 billion in insurance settlements had been paid out for the devastation caused by the 9/11 attacks. Yet one insurance company did not suffer quite the same losses as the other companies did. American International Group, or AIG as it turns out, is much more than an insurance company. With its long ties to the intelligence community, AIG was founded by OSS operative Cornelius V. Starr, 2 R's, the uncle of Clinton's friend Kenneth Starr. AIG currently operates a complex network of shell companies and other entities which operate internationally and have been used for clandestine intelligence gathering and other covert activities for decades. The company that ran security in the World Trade Center, Kroll Associates, was owned by AIG. The CEO of AIG on 9/11 was a guy named Maurice Greenberg, who was actually nominated for the position of Director of Central Intelligence after he authored a report for the Council on Foreign Relations, of which he's a high-ranking member, where he advocated that FBI and Drug Enforcement Agency agents operating abroad should not be allowed to act independently of either the ambassador or the CIA, lest pursuit of evidence or individuals for prosecution cause major foreign policy problems or complicate ongoing intelligence and diplomatic activities. Of course, this type of policy is essentially a continuation of things like Executive Order 12333 and the CIA-assisted Contra cocaine trafficking that went on as an immediate result. These backdoor agreements open the floodgates for government drug money laundering and narco-trafficking. Former LAPD narcotics detective turned whistleblower Michael Rupert has written a series of excellent articles documenting AIG's involvement in drug money laundering, undoubtedly revealing yet another motive for the invasion of Afghanistan, a country which currently produces over 90% of the world's heroin supply. Drugs are arguably the most profitable commodity on the entire international market, and drug money was undoubtedly a motive behind the invasion of Afghanistan and consequently the 9/11 attacks. While companies like AIG launder the drug money for big banks, the actual drug production and trafficking can be traced back to the same Iran-Contra affiliates like Richard Armitage and Frank Carlucci. Unfortunately, that rabbit hole is a bit too deep and off-topic to get into here. I will mention that DynCorp was heavily involved, as well as Stewart Air Force Base in upstate New York, where the two flights out of Boston crossed paths simultaneously and shut off their transponders before making their way to the Twin Towers. Many researchers believe that the MENA operation was moved to Stewart Air Force Base after Barry Seal got whacked. Richard Armitage was the Deputy Secretary of State on 9/11, and according to whistleblower Michael Springman, he was the man responsible for granting visas to 15 out of 19 of the 9/11 hijackers, allowing them to enter the U.S. and pursue flight training. Frank Carlucci is the chairman of the Carlyle Group and was in Washington, D.C. on 9/11, having just met with George H.W. Bush and the brother of Osama bin Laden on Carlyle Group business. Frank Carlucci was also the chairman of BDM International, a company that served as a front for State Department black operations. Frank Carlucci's employees at BDM International left to take charge of Stratesec, the World Trade Center and airport security firm. Corporate Operating Officer Barry W. McDaniel, an ex-military expert in logistics and materials distribution, and CEO Wirt Dexter Walker III, who is a distant Bush cousin from the Herbert Walker line, with an extensive history of managing CIA front companies. Marvin Bush, the president's brother, was also a board member at Stratesec, although Stratesec maintained contracts for security upgrades which were set to expire on September 11, 2001. They were not the company officially charged with World Trade Center security. This role was assigned to a risk management firm called Kroll Associates. Kroll's chairman, Jerome Hauer, was a longtime personal friend of ex-FBI counterterrorism expert John O'Neill and was responsible for O'Neill's appointment as head of security for the World Trade Center just a few days prior to the 9/11 attacks. O'Neill was the world's leading expert on Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda and was a potential 9/11 whistleblower with hard evidence of White House complicity in the protection and shielding of the 9/11 hijackers from all means of federal investigation. Al-Qaeda hijacking suspects were flagged by the Able Danger terrorist tracking program, which was also shut down by the White House. Able Danger whistleblower Anthony Schaefer claims the U.S. government destroyed over 6 terabytes of data related to Able Danger, which he also claims identified 9/11 ringleader Mohammed Atta as early as February of 2000. Those atop the chain of command in the White House, military, and intelligence establishment deliberately ignored all the warning signs of an impending attack, a clever strategy of plausible deniability which also served to portray those in charge as incompetent rather than complicit. In every major head throughout the chain of command on 9/11, from NORAD to the military, we see a repeated theme of complicity through negligence or incompetence. After 9/11, failure and incompetence was rewarded, and whistleblowers were silenced. Combined with the fact that 6 corporations control 90% of the media, and CIA operations like Mockingbird admit to taking over and subverting our U.S. media, we can understand how such a big lie could have been kept from the American public for so long. But if you stop and take the time to do your research, you'll find all the evidence is there, hidden beneath a mountain of disinfo and lies. It's been 10 years since 9/11 happened, and we are left with hundreds, if not thousands, of unanswered questions about the 9/11 attacks. A transparently fraudulent 9/11 Commission report, which purposely failed to even mention the collapse of World Trade Center 7, and a host of ridiculous, so-called debunking websites, forums, and other literature, which have done absolutely nothing over the past 10 years to debunk anything other than cleverly selected strawman arguments, and have failed to stem the constant flow of new 9/11 information, which researchers have been uncovering and bringing out to the public. Instead, they continue to label truth seekers, including family members of people who died on 9/11, as conspiracy theorists, and devise clever propaganda designed to prevent the general public from looking any further into the evidence or the actual claims of the so-called conspiracy theorists. In this video, we will take a deeper look into the so-called investigations, which have provided us with the official story, and why they deserve a more thorough examination. The Bush administration stalled government investigations into 9/11 for over 400 days. A week after 9/11, letters containing anthrax spores were mailed to several news media offices and 2 senators who were perhaps a bit too vocal about opening an official investigation into 9/11. The anthrax used in the attacks was identified as an Ames strain, which means it had to have come from the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. A member of that institute, Jerome Hauer, managed the National Institute of Health response to the anthrax attacks. Coincidentally, Hauer also warned the White House to start taking Cipro, an antibiotic which is effective against anthrax, a week before the attacks. Jerome Hauer also happened to be a managing director at Kroll Associates, which ran security at the World Trade Center up until the weekend before 9/11, when that role was personally handed off by Hauer to FBI agent John O'Neill, who would later die in the attacks, drawing strong suspicion that he was set up due to his knowledge of Al-Qaeda and the 9/11 hijackers, whom he was blocked from investigating while he was working at the FBI. In January 2002, President Bush personally asked Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle to limit the congressional investigation into the events of September 11th. The Bush administration only formed the 9/11 Commission after being prodded by the victims' families, who lobbied Congress for over a year to open the investigations. When the Bush administration finally did open a 9/11 investigation, it was described by some members as set up to fail.
The President has said only a minority of the Commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the Commission with the White House.
If you're one of those 4 that gets to see these documents, would that change your opinion?
No. They don't want any more eyeballs to see their documents than they can possibly get away with. It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting.
They even attempted to appoint Henry Kissinger, a known cover-up mastermind, as head commissioner. He resigned after victims' family members asked him sensitive questions about his connections to the bin Laden family and the Carlyle Group. Philip Zelikow wrote the conclusions for the report before the investigation ever began, and even then any areas which did not support the official story were neither mentioned nor investigated by the 9/11 Commission. 6 out of 10 members of that commission have discussed on record how the government lied about the official story, and 70% of the questions posed by the victims' families were never answered or officially investigated. It's important to look at what happened to the evidence from 9/11. The day of 9/11, most of the FBI was in Monterey, California on an agency retreat.
Let's go to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what can you tell us?
Well, this from the FBI. The State Department has been evacuated. There was a meeting going on in the Operations Center. Other top officials were in the Situation Room at the White House. Colin Powell is in Bogota, Colombia, on a 2-day trip. But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they had been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down, and now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket, and there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort and was so effective under Jim Kallstrom in New York City during the World Trade Center bombing and the TWA explosion, which, of course, turned out not to be terror.
Andrea, is the State Department...
This was essential for keeping the more experienced and honest members of the agency as far away from the crime scene as possible, while other agency insiders could be assigned to the investigations before their counterparts returned. Federal authorities such as FEMA and the CIA took immediate control over the crime scene and began whisking away evidence that very same night. Turner Construction, one of the primary contractors at Ground Zero, occupied the 38th floor of the North Tower and was involved in performing the fireproofing upgrades inside the towers. It has been noted that these upgrades were completed in the 3 years before 9/11 on floors that match up almost identically to the floors of impact and failure on 9/11. Once the cleanup was fully coordinated, the operations were consolidated under the control of two primary contractors, AMEC Construction Management and Bovis Lend-Lease. These are the two companies that were originally assigned to the areas of Ground Zero that included the North Tower, AMEC, and the South Tower, Bovis. A truly surprising fact is that at the time of the attacks on 9/11, AMEC had just completed a $258 million refurbishment of Wedge 1 of the Pentagon, which is exactly where American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that building. Arguments over the size of the hole of the Pentagon and whether it was a plane or a missile are, in my opinion, a convenient distraction from the much bigger picture of why that section of the building was targeted and by whom. On September 10, 2001, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion in unadjusted funds were missing from the Pentagon budget. The very next day, the offices whose responsibility it was for tracking that money down were destroyed when American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that very section of the building. The only off-site backup for the Pentagon's black budget financial records was a secure federal office building in the World Trade Center complex. Strangely, it too was destroyed on 9/11. World Trade Center 7 was the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia, and housed offices involved in several large-scale federal investigations into massive stock market and accounting fraud. Not surprisingly, World Trade Center 7 was the first to be cleaned up and the evidence destroyed at Ground Zero. So if the Twin Towers and Building 7 were brought down in a controlled demolition, and the scientific evidence points to nanothermite, then who could have produced this and who could have put it in the buildings, and how did they get it there? In the impact zone of the North Tower was a company called Marsh & McLennan, which at the time was the world's largest insurance brokerage company. One of Marsh's executives was a guy named L. Paul Bremer, who was also the chairman of the Congressional National Commission on Terrorism from 1999 to 2000, and the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Counterterrorism from 1986 to 1989. Instead of going to work on the day of 9/11 and dying inside the towers with hundreds of his employees, Bremer decided to go on MSNBC and tell the world that Osama bin Laden was behind the attacks and possibly Iraq and Iran, and then he demanded
the most severe military response we can come up with.
L. Paul Bremer was called away from Marsh in 2003 to become the Iraq occupation governor, a role he has been widely criticized for. So Bremer not only worked inside the buildings, but had offices directly in the impact zone of the South Tower where Flight 175 would hit. He missed work on 9/11 to give us the official story on national television, and went on to be the Iraq occupation governor. You really can't get more connected to 9/11 than that. Oh wait, you can, sorry. I forgot to mention that Bremer was also the former manager for Kissinger Associates. He was a member of the board for Akzo Nobel, the parent of International Paint Company, which produced a fireproofing application for skyscrapers called Interchar. Bremer was also on the International Advisory Board for the Japanese mining and machinery company Komatsu, which at the time had been involved in a joint venture agreement with Dresser Industries, the oil services intelligence front where Prescott Bush Sr. and George H.W. Bush got their start with Neil Mallon. Anyway, the Komatsu Dresser mining division operated from 1988 to 1997, and in July 1996 it patented a nanothermite demolition device that could, quote, demolish a concrete structure at high efficiency while preventing a secondary problem due to noise, flying chips and dust, and the like. As many of you know, residues of thermite, a highly energetic chemical mixture, have been confirmed in samples of World Trade Center dust, and the use of thermite at the World Trade Center was also revealed by environmental data. See the description for more links and sources. Scientific Applications International Corporation, a defense contractor with expertise in thermite-related technologies, played a large part in the NIST World Trade Center investigation. A few other names and companies inside the Twin Towers also worthy of further investigation include Craig Stapleton, who is married to Bush's cousin Dorothy Walker Bush. Stapleton was the president of Marsh Real Estate Advisors from 1982 to 2001. He was a member of the board of directors for Sendant, that was charged with massive accounting fraud in 1998, and went on to join Winston Partners, a privately owned investment firm founded in 1993 and led by George W. Bush's brother Marvin. Other very powerful and well-connected people worked in senior management at Marsh. These included Stephen Friedman, a senior principal at Marsh Capital and former partner at Goldman Sachs, who later became George W. Bush's top economic advisor. Friedman was also a member of the Brookings Institution, the Bilderberg Group, the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and the board at In-Q-Tel, the investment firm founded by the CIA in 1998. In-Q-Tel invests in state-of-the-art technologies related to defense and intelligence work, including nano and chemical technologies, according to its website. In another interesting coincidence, Friedman belonged through Cornell University to a secret society called Quill and Dagger, the membership of which includes Paul Wolfowitz, Sandy Berger, and Stephen Hadley. Wolfowitz, the neocon Deputy Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration, was the author in 1992 of the Wolfowitz Doctrine of preemptive warfare. He also made comments about a surprise-like Pearl Harbor months before 9/11 and met with Pakistani ISI General Mahmoud Ahmed in the week before 9/11. Berger, the national security advisor to President Clinton, was later caught stealing documents from the 9/11 Commission investigation. Berger was also the boss of White House counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke, and together with Hadley, who was Condoleezza Rice's deputy, was responsible for delaying or obstructing Clarke's plans to stop al-Qaeda in January of 2001. Jeffrey Greenberg resigned from Marsh & McLennan after being accused of serious financial crimes. The first plane of 9/11 flew directly into his company's secure computer room in the North Tower. Jeffrey Greenberg is a member of the Brookings Institution and the Trilateral Commission. Jeffrey Greenberg rose quickly through management at Marsh, having come there directly from AIG in 1995, and then becoming CEO just 4 years later. At Brookings, Greenberg hobnobbed with Lee Hamilton, co-chair of the 9/11 Commission. There's also Jim Pierce, another Bush cousin, who was managing director of Aon Corporation, who, according to the NIST report, modified unknown sections of Floor 83 in the South Tower in 1997. Jim Pierce had arranged a meeting on the 105th floor of the South Tower for that morning. Pierce survived that day, despite the fact that 12 people came to the meeting in the South Tower and 11 of them died. The location of the meeting had been changed the night before to the Millennium Hotel, where Pierce watched the South Tower as it was hit by the aircraft. Apparently, the meeting attendees were not all notified of the change in location. Another interesting character is Joseph Kaspudes, of Baseline Financial Service, which occupied the impact zone of the South Tower on floors 77 and 78, where United Airlines 175 impacted. Kaspudes has a history of being well connected to the highest levels of government, as well as to the defense and intelligence industries. Kaspudes worked from 1972 to 1977 for the U.S. Department of Commerce and Defense. He was also the deputy director of Nixon's White House task force that dealt with the Arab oil embargo of 1973, and was instrumental in the creation of the Department of Energy. Kaspudes went on to run a large corporation called Primark that had offices in both towers on 9/11. One of the subsidiaries of Primark, the Analytical Sciences Corporation, TASC, worked with so-called black or top-secret programs. TASC also worked closely with the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Kaspudes was also a member of the Logistics Management Institute, LMI, whose members included Paul Kaminsky of In-Q-Tel and General Dynamics, Charles DiBona of Halliburton, Skull and Bones member Joseph Samuel Nye, and Michael Daniels of Scientific Applications International Corporation. LMI's self-proclaimed role is advancing the science of government. Kaspudes' connections to the DOE from 1977 through at least 1997 are interesting, considering that the DOE was developing thermite ignition devices as early as 1983. Joseph Kaspudes went on to become the CEO of Baseline Financial Services, which was directly in the impact zone on the 78th floor of the South Tower. According to NIST, Casputi's Baseline Financial modified the southeast corner of Floor 78 in 1999, exactly where the aircraft hit on 9/11. Floors 77 and 78 were upgraded for fireproofing in June and April of 1998, respectively. Another company of interest on Floor 91, just above the impact zone for the South Tower, was Washington Group International. This company was known primarily as a construction and mining firm, and it had just acquired Raytheon Engineers in July of 2000. In 1996, Washington took over Morrison Knudsen, an engineering and construction firm that had a history of working on large-scale projects around the world, including in China, Iran, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia. The Army Corps of Engineers hired Morrison Knudsen to demolish over 200 buildings in 1995. One of the DOE facilities for which Washington was responsible well before 9/11 was the Savannah River site near Aiken, South Carolina. In February of 1997, Lawrence Livermore National Labs and the Savannah River site signed an agreement of cooperation to share technology. Savannah went on to add developing sol gel technology for fuels and other applications to its portfolio. Sol gel technology is utilized by Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories for making nanothermites. In another coincidence, Savannah River Technology staff participated in the search and rescue operations at Ground Zero by providing unique tools. Just before 9/11, Washington was going through a tough time financially and sought Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Securities and Exchange Commission documents show that Washington made court-ordered pre-petition payments as part of these proceedings to a number of companies, including Komatsu. Washington also made payments to Greenhorn and Omara, whose employee, Teresa McAllister, was a lead author of the FEMA and NIST reports on the World Trade Center disaster, and to Sumitomo Bank, which was closely allied with Komatsu. Building 7 was a 47-story federal office building in the World Trade Center site, which collapsed at 5:20 p.m. on the afternoon of 9/11. This building was home to the CIA, in fact, the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia. It also housed offices for the Secret Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission. One of the most interesting tenants, however, was then Mayor Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management and its Emergency Command Center on the 23rd floor. This floor received $15 million worth of renovations, including independent and secure air and water supplies, and bullet and bomb-resistant windows designed to withstand 200-mile-per-hour winds. Mayor Giuliani was a former U.S. prosecutor for the South District of New York from 1983 to 1989, who was in charge of investigating the terrorist financing Bank of Credit and Commerce International. After he left his job as a prosecutor to start a political career, he worked for a law firm called White & Case that actually represented BCCI. So he went from prosecuting the BCCI to working for a law firm which defended the BCCI. This was likely his foot in the door of this underground corporate criminal network. Giuliani would later help to destroy all the crime scene evidence from Ground Zero. Giuliani's sidekick on 9/11 was Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who appeared to be coaching some of Rudy's actions that day, keeping him away from the media and even answering questions for him about explosives in the buildings. In fact, Bernard Kerik gave us the first official government pronouncement that no explosives were involved in the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings. Kerik's department was also the same one that found that pristine, completely undamaged hijacker's passport, which survived a plane impact, and Fireball, which destroyed 2 titanium black boxes and 3 towers. Yeah, Kerik would later receive a nomination from President Bush to become Director of Homeland Security, which he declined for personal and political reasons, and instead took a job training the Iraqi police force in Iraq alongside L. Paul Bremer. Both men are credited for turning Iraq into the unwinnable quagmire it is today. In February of 2010, Kerik was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison for conspiracy and fraud charges, unrelated to the crimes of 9/11, unfortunately, but it still goes to show you what kind of person he is. Definitely the kind of person you'd want inside the New York City police force during a staged event like 9/11. And lastly, we have the Pentagon. It's certainly peculiar, to say the least, that al-Qaeda terrorists hell-bent on destroying the USA would not crash their plane into the north wing of the Pentagon, where all the most important offices were, like Donald Rumsfeld, John Ashcroft, etc., and that they would instead choose to target the one section of the Pentagon that had most recently been refurbished to withstand missile impacts. It's also interesting to note that the company which completed the $258 million refurbishment to Wedge 1 of the Pentagon was also hired as a contractor to clean up Ground Zero in New York City. Wedge 1 also coincidentally housed the Pentagon's Budget Analyst Office, where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that was reported missing by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in a press conference the day before 9/11. The Pentagon's comptroller in charge of that money at the time was an interesting fellow named Dov Zakheim, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and a contributor to the neocon think tank Project for the New American Century. Zakheim helped write the PNAC document Rebuilding America's Defenses, in which he is credited for the line which states, "Further, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor." Several members of the Bush administration, including President Bush himself, would later refer to 9/11 as a new Pearl Harbor. A respected and established voice in the intelligence community, his views were eagerly accepted. And Dov went from his position at Systems Planning Corporation to become the comptroller of the Pentagon in May of 2001. Perhaps not so coincidentally, it was an SPC subsidiary, Tridata Corporation, that oversaw the investigation after the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center in 1993. SPC, according to their official website, specializes in many areas of defense technology production and manufacture, including a system developed by their radar physics group called the Flight Termination System, or FTS. This is a system used to destroy target drones, craft that would be fired on by test aircraft or weaponry, in the event of malfunctions or misses. This highly sophisticated wargame technology allows the control of several drones from a remote location on varying frequencies and has a range of several hundred miles. This technology can be used on many different types of aircraft, including large passenger jets. According to the SPC website, a recent customer at that time was Eglin Air Force Base, located in Florida. Eglin is very near another Air Force base in Florida, MacDill Air Force Base, where Dov Zakheim contracted to send at least 32 Boeing 767 aircraft as part of the Boeing Pentagon tanker lease agreement. As the events of September 11, 2001 occurred, little was mentioned about these strange coincidences and the proximity of Dov Zakheim and his group. Since there was little physical evidence remaining after the events, investigators were only left with photographic and anecdotal evidence. This is a photograph of the Flight Termination System module from their site. Note it has a cylindrical shape and is consistent with the size and shape of the object observed under the fuselage of Flight 175. The Boeing lease deal involved the replacement of the aging KC-135 tanker fleet with these smaller, more efficient Boeing 767s, which were to be leased by Dov Zakheim's group. The planes were to be refitted with refueling equipment, including lines and nozzle assemblies. In this enlargement of Flight 175, we can clearly see a cylindrical object under the fuselage and a structure that appears to be attached to the right underside of the rear fuselage section. When seen in comparison, it is obvious that the plane approaching the Trade Center has both these structures, the FTS module, and the mid-air refueling equipment, as configured on the modified Boeing 767 tankers. Of particular interest is the long tube-like anomalous structure under the rear fuselage area of 175. This structure runs along the right rear bottom of the plane. The equipment attached to the underside of the plane which hit the World Trade Center is identical in every single way to the Boeing 767s issued by Dov Zakheim.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bring it back.
The video you're watching now came from Loose Change First Edition.
Did you catch that?
It appears to show the FTS pod self-destructing just before impact.
Also, notice that the flash is reflected in the fuselage of the plane. The flash is also present in footage taken by Evan Fairbanks, Jennifer Spell, and CNN. Al-Qaeda certainly couldn't have added this equipment at Logan International Airport. And even if they did, the flight crew would have noticed it. So where did this plane come from?
Another interesting piece of 9/11 evidence is the last 12 seconds of UA-175. Since every amateur videographer in New York City had their cameras pointed up at the burning Tower 1, the second plane strike was filmed from nearly every conceivable angle. Expert analysis of this plane leads to some startling revelations. First, there is the expertly controlled flight characteristics of this plane. During its last 12 seconds of flight, UA-175 made a single corrective maneuver so perfectly timed and executed that it's unlikely it was piloted by human hands.
One of the things that jumped out at me when I looked at the footage of the video of Flight 175 as it went into the World Trade Center is it appeared to me that there was something on the under fuselage of that aircraft that did not belong there, at least not with a commercial airliner. Now, I'll tell you where I have seen attachments that look like that on military aircraft. So the question we have to answer now is, was that the commercial airliner that hit the World Trade Center, or possibly was it an aircraft that looked very similar but was a military type airplane?
All the recorded sources, all the different photographic evidence that was produced by CNN and ABC, they all show this pod. It's there. You can see it with your own eyes. And in my professional opinion, that there was a pod attached to the bottom of that aircraft, and therefore it was not United Airlines Flight 175.
If you take a careful look at the flight paths of American Airlines 11 and UA-175, the two flights that took off from Boston's Logan Airport and crashed into the Twin Towers, you'll find a major clue. Not only did both these planes cross paths directly over Stewart Air Force Base, but they did so at the exact same time. Another odd synchronicity is Flight 93, which had been sitting on the tarmac delayed at the airport for nearly 40 minutes with no explanation. Originally scheduled to take off at 8:01 a.m., it was delayed until the moment that Flight AA-11 crashed into the North Tower at 8:43 a.m. Another interesting piece of evidence that ties Stewart Air Force Base to the center of this 9/11 conspiracy is the white mystery planes spotted over Washington and the Pentagon. Through careful investigation, we've been able to map out the flight paths of these two ominous aircraft, which have been identified as E-4Bs, a type of aircraft that the military uses as mobile command posts. What concerns me is that both of these aircraft took off from and landed at Stewart Air Force Base. Another interesting coincidence I found was that Flight 93 turned around directly over Hopkins Airport, and Flight 77 turned around directly over Tri-State Airport. Webster Tarpley has done some of the most thorough research into the wargame exercises that were taking place on the day of 9/11. But this white mystery plane, the Doomsday plane, what was it doing over the Pentagon and the White House on 9/11? Who was flying in that plane? What were they doing? Being the comptroller for the Pentagon and the chief financial officer, you have to kind of wonder what Dov Zakheim was doing on 9/11. And what his connections were to the $2.3 trillion that were missing from the Pentagon the day before 9/11. If anything, the individuals and organizations outlined in this video are at least as suspicious as the 19 hijackers themselves.
They have nothing on us. I got you. Book 'em, Dano.
I'm not praying now. the name, sifting through your trash. Research and history, Paladin old, but nothing wrong with you. What a no excuse, nothing quite so tame as when you're finally under eventual darlings serving for eating. I can soon remain fire, and I can feel the depths of the ocean, and I've become consumed by desire, and I can feel the depths of the ocean, and I swear I saw Taste my tears. I stumble my way towards the mirror and my makeup. It's light out and I now face just what I'm made of. There's so much more left to do when I'm not young, but I'm not through.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome to episode 230 of The Corbett Report, Social Engineering 101. Physiology and psychology afford fields for scientific technique which still await development. Two great men, Pavlov and Freud, have laid the foundation. I do not accept the view that they are in any essential conflict, but what structure will be built on their foundations is still in doubt. I think the subject which will be of most importance politically is mass psychology. Its importance has been enormously increased by the growth of modern methods of propaganda. Of these, the most influential is what is called education. Religion plays a part, though a diminishing one. The press, the cinema, and the radio play an increasing part. It may be hoped that in time, anybody will be able to persuade anybody of anything if he can catch the patient young and is provided by the state with money and equipment. The subject will make great strides when it is taken up by scientists under a scientific dictatorship. The social psychologists of the future will have a number of classes of school children on whom they will try different methods of producing an unshakable conviction that snow is black. Various results will soon be arrived at. First, that the influence of home is obstructive. Second, that not much can be done unless indoctrination begins before the age of 10. Third, that verses set to music and repeatedly intoned are very effective. Fourth, that the opinion that snow is white must be held to show a morbid taste for eccentricity. But I anticipate. It is for future scientists to make these maxims precise and discover exactly how much it costs per head to make children believe that snow is black, and how much less it would cost to make them believe it is dark gray. Although this science will be diligently studied, it will be rigidly confined to the governing class. The populace will not be allowed to know how its convictions were generated. When the technique has been perfected, every government that has been in charge of education for a generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of armies or policemen. That quotation comes from Lord Bertrand Russell, from his 1951 tome, The Impact of Science on Society, which in and of itself makes required reading for anyone interested in the study of social engineering and the techniques by which that process will be brought about. But those particular extracts come from a very interesting article that was published by the Schiller Institute at schillerinstitute.org in April of 2000 called From Cybernetics to Littleton, Techniques in Mind Control by Jeffrey Steinberg. And just as a side note, the Schiller Institute is one of the extensions of the LaRouche body of institutions that published the quarterly journal known as Fidelio, which may or may not be the key to the roman à clef, or perhaps the film à clef that is Eyes Wide Shut for the Kubrick fans out there in the audience. But I progress. Now, I certainly hope that those quotations from Lord Bertrand Russell do give a sense of what social engineering is and what it's really aimed at. And for long-time listeners of the Corbett Report, this will be a topic that will be not very strange or unfamiliar to you, as we've covered it time and again throughout the podcast and interviews and radio shows, etc. And for those who have not yet encountered that work, I would direct you, for example, back to such episodes of the podcast as episode 166, in which we listened to the documentary Human Resources, Social Engineering in the 20th Century in its entirety. Or you could take a listen to episode 167 of this podcast, Social Engineering and You. Or on a slightly more hopeful and helpful note, perhaps, Corbett Report Radio number 119, which aired on the 26th of April 2012, Your Slavery is Over, if you want it, also touched on these ideas of social engineering. Now, given how often we have explored this concept in the past at CorbettReport.com, you might be wondering to yourself what it is that this particular episode hopes to add to that body of work. And I would say that's a very good question, because certainly we shouldn't embark on a project without knowing what we're attempting to achieve. So let's set out the goal for today's podcast right here. Well, this idea for this podcast strikes me as particularly important, as not only is this obviously a subject of extreme significance for those who are interested in the direction that society is heading, which I imagine all of you listening to the Corbett Report are, but it is also particularly important at this juncture as, once again, this term has become co-opted in a way by a community that is using it in a very different manner, and which may, well, muddy the waters, so to speak, for those who are interested in learning more about the subject. And I don't believe this is intentionally done, but it is interesting nonetheless that nowadays, when you type social engineering into your startpage.com or search engine of choice, you will more than likely find a number of entries related to the hacking technique known as social engineering, by which hackers can seek to gain access to a given computer system by targeting individuals within the organization that is being targeted, and they can attempt to pass themselves off as people that they're not, etc., in order to get information that they can then use to hack into those computer systems. This goes by the name of social engineering in the hacker world, and it predominates searches for social engineering these days, so I find that particularly interesting. And in an attempt to, once again, weigh the scales back to the other side, where we're not talking about that form of social engineering, we're talking about what I think is the much more important idea of social engineering, which is that a very few elite at the very top are directing society in a particular direction through the control of the education system, and they are really trying to engineer an entire generation to grow up to believe whatever it is they want to believe, even so far as to believe that snow is black. A very interesting example given there by Lord Bertrand Russell, and once again, this isn't coming from myself or any kooky conspiracy theorists out there. It is coming from a very lauded and noted 20th century intellectual. So it is something to be taken very, very seriously, because I think we can all understand, even if we are on board with such an agenda, which I certainly am not, but even if you are, I think we can all understand just how important this agenda is to our future as a species. So today on the podcast, what I want to fill in is not only the really bigger picture, as it were, about social engineering and what the real roots of this idea and this ideology are, where this agenda comes from and where it is ultimately heading, but also to drill down really to the nitty-gritty detail of the tiny details of how individual habits and ideas can be manipulated at the societal level in order to get an entire generation, an entire society of people working towards the same goal without even necessarily realizing it. So those are kind of the two opposite ends of the spectrum, the very, very big picture and the very, very tiny details. And I think they're both very important and can be neglected in an overview of this topic, which tends to really focus on on the idea of social engineering itself. Well, I think we've got that under our belt, so let's really start to flesh this out in some much, much greater detail and with a much, much bigger scope. So if all of that sounds like too much to bite off and chew in one hour podcast episode, well, it wouldn't be the Corbett Report without doing a little bit of that, would it? So let's start today by taking a look at a very interesting interview that was conducted with Philip Collins, one half of the brotherly duo of Philip and Paul Collins, who are the authors of The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship, an examination of epistemic autocracy from the 19th to the 21st century. A very interesting read in and of itself, and these two brothers were the subjects of an interview on CorbettReport.com back in 2008. It's interview 34, for those of you who want to go back and listen to that. Unfortunately, the recording quality of that interview leaves quite a bit to be desired, so we'll have to get them back on to flesh out the subject in greater detail. But until then, we're going to listen to a small part of a very fascinating and wide-ranging interview from April of 2006 with Philip Collins on the subject of social control. This was published by The Byte Show at thebyteshow.com, so of course the link to the entire interview, which I trust you will definitely want to listen to, will be in the show notes for today's episode at CorbettReport.com. But for now, let's listen to this excerpt from that interview where Philip Collins talks about what epistemic autocracy is and what the real roots of this social engineering agenda are.
Now, what is epistemic autocracy?
Okay. Epistemic autocracy.
Epistemic,
yeah,
okay.
Epistemic is derived from the Greek word episteme, which means knowledge. And of course, an autocracy is the rule of one, or the rule of, one arbitrary ruler. And in the instance of the 20th century, we have been ruled by one particular variety of epistemology, what's known as empiricism, which is basically sense certainty. You only believe that which you see, and science is pretty much governed under the doctrine of sense certainty. This doctrine, endorsed as a legitimate, objective scientific observation, it amounts to an occult doctrine that's been recycled from 6,000 years ago. And if you look at it, if you examine it philosophically, for instance, empirical observation by itself cannot produce any absolute conclusions. This was determined by a radical empiricist, David Hume. David Hume showed that while you can prove what's known as temporal succession, or one event happening after another, and you can show that juxtaposition of events, and you can also show what's known as spatial proximity, or two events or phenomena in the immediate proximity of each other. You can show these things, but you cannot prove that there's any causal connection between the two. So really, all the results of scientific research, according to this criteria, would rest upon faith, and that is more of a mystical institution than it is a secular one. So really, this epistemic autocracy, as my brother and I call it, is really premised upon cult beliefs and mysticism, every bit as much as the old theocratic orders that preceded it. But epistemic autocracy basically began with the British Royal Society. This organization was formed under a royal warrant from Charles II in 1662. Ostensibly, the organization was devoted to scientific research and the broadening of human knowledge. However, a darker agenda takes shape when one examines the esoteric heritage of the group's members. Virtually all of the founding members were Freemasons, and Freemasonry is a secret society that adheres to an ancient occult tradition dating back roughly 6,000 years, and that tradition is the religion of the ancient mystery cults. The mystery religion originated in Mesopotamia, particularly in Babylon and Egypt, and it was introduced to the East by the Aryans of Persia and provided the foundation of all the Eastern religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, etc. And it also provided theological foundations for Judaic and Christian heresy, the religions that would basically distort and pervert Judaism and Christianity, specifically Kabbalism and Gnosticism. But the religion's mythology, in a nutshell, the mystery religion's mythology is as follows. It basically holds that in the beginning, all human consciousness was encapsulated within a singularity, and this singularity has been assigned numerous appellations. The Freemasons, for instance, the book The Meaning of Masonry, which is by Masonic scholar W.M. Wilmshurst, he calls it the group soul or collective soul. H.G. Wells, who has been alleged to have been a Freemason and, of course, was also a Fabian socialist, a member of the Coefficients Club, and closely associated with members of the British Round Table organizations, which would form the Royal Institute of International Affairs and eventually form a stateside branch here in the United States known as the Council on Foreign Relations. H.G. Wells called this singularity the mind of the race, or the racial mind. But at any rate, this singularity constituted, according to the myth, God. And at some indeterminate point of time, the myth alleges that this singularity divided into a plurality. You'll notice that this myth kind of mirrors, or attempts to mirror, an account of the fall of humanity in Eden. However, there are some very, very different elements. It kind of distorts the original Eden account of humanity's fall, because essentially it's not sin that results in the fall of man. It's a diaspora of consciousness into several individual entities. In other words, it's when you and I become individuated from the group soul, from the collective soul. But at any rate, the myth portrays man as a god in the process of becoming, and at the point of apotheosis, or the point at which man becomes God, individuality is obliterated and the collective is acknowledged as supreme reality. This new man is spelled with a capital M, man with a capital M, to connote humanity's purported divinity, has been presented by numerous ideologues throughout history. Hitler called him the Aryan. Nietzsche, who was the philosophical progenitor of Hitler, called him the Übermensch. In communist Russia, he was called the Soviet man. Despite the cultural variations and modifications, the myth remains universal. In the meaning of Masonry, we learn what the chief facilitator for humanity's apotheosis, purported ascent to becoming God, is. I'll read you an excerpt. This is what Wilmshurst, W.M. Wilmshurst, a Masonic scholar, says. Quote, "This, the evolution of man into Superman, was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries, and the real purpose of modern Masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality," unquote. Essentially, that's what the Masons that formed the British Royal Society were, that this was the doctrine that they promoted and promulgated. They promulgated it under numerous appellations and numerous forms.
Well, it's still, regardless of the face they put on it, it's the old satanic stuff.
Exactly. But if you notice, he uses the term there, evolution. This occult process of becoming is evolutionary in character. Yeah. And that is interesting because long before Charles Darwin even wrote on the origin of the species, evolutionary theory was the intellectual property of the Masonic Lodge. Evolution actually finds its spiritual correlative in the Hindu doctrine of reincarnation, which was imported to England by the British East India Company, and subsequently it was adopted by the Royal Society, which was composed of all Freemasons. John Locke, who was a Freemason and a member of the Royal Society, proceeded to refine the Hindu doctrine within the context of metaphysical naturalism, and the result was a precursory theory of evolution that received the support of the male members of Darwin's family. But a little later, Erasmus Darwin, Charles's grandfather, and a Freemason, followed Locke's lead and delineated his own personal theory of evolution in a book entitled Zoonomia. Erasmus was also a founder of the Lunar Society, which was the organizational precursor to the British Royal Society. And an interesting little tidbit about the Lunar Society was that many of its members were supporters or even intimately involved in the French Revolution. And Erasmus Darwin himself was a vocal supporter of the radical Jacobins. And the Jacobins basically find their origins with infamous organization formed by Adam Weishaupt known as the Illuminati. But at any rate, the Lunar Society eventually kind of dissolved and then returned as Royal Society, which would promote the work of Erasmus's son, Charles, whose evolutionary ideas were premised upon the theories that Erasmus had presented in Zoonomia. Darwinism cribbed liberally from many of the ancient occult doctrines comprising the mystery religion. Its concept, for instance, of spontaneous generation is derivative of the Kabbalistic concept of the golem, which asserts that life can be derived from lifeless matter. Darwinism's concept of progressive biological development is essentially reincarnation extrapolated into the realm of metaphysical naturalism. The Darwinian notion of a perfected species is simply stated the apotheosized God-man heralded by the occult doctrine of becoming. This has been the science that has governed the majority of the 20th century, and it's the science that most socialist totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany, like Communist Russia, has been premised on. It's been the guiding inspiration of socio-political utopianism and what amounts to really secular Gnosticism.
Well, that was an excerpt and a half now, wasn't it? Well, if you are feeling a bit overwhelmed by the amount of information and terminology thrown out in that excerpt from that interview, well, don't worry, you're not alone. I think if you go back and listen another time, or even 2 or 3 more times, you might be able to start wrapping your head around some of the concepts there. It's quite a lot to take in. And certainly, once again, I will direct you to the full interview, which, again, is similarly wide in scope, but contains fascinating information and insights into this bigger agenda of social control and what's really behind it. And I think, if anything, that certainly sounds like an incredibly sweeping overview of this subject, to the extent that it might even be difficult to really bring that back down to the level of everyday reality to see how that type of, that epistemic autocracy of empiricism, the 6,000-year-old occultic agenda there that manifests itself in an evolutionary theory that at base is about the apotheosis of man, how that all reflects in our day-to-day reality. But if all of that sounds sweeping and grandiose, well, let's follow that up with a very sweeping and grandiose video which appeared earlier this year from something called the Global Future 2045 Congress, that I think puts this agenda and this empiricism epistemic autocracy in perspective to see where this is all taking us.
The world is on the verge of global change. The speed of data transmission has increased by multiples of millions. The rate of globally significant events and that of discoveries and crises is growing exponentially. Our civilization is like an uncaptained ship sailing on rough seas with neither chart nor compass, all the while moving faster and faster. The time we have to make the right decisions is shorter and shorter. We are facing the choice to fall into a new dark age, into affliction and degradation, or to find a new model for human development and create not simply a new civilization, but a new mankind. Historic crises show that to break the deadlock, we need technological revolution. It is clear that today's revolution will also require the deepest social transformation. The world's community and leaders should encourage mankind, instead of wasting resources on solving momentary problems, to focus on the technologies of the future: nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, cognitive technology, genetics and robotics. Doing so will allow us to find new sources of energy, create fundamentally new architecture and transportation, allow unprecedented developments of human cognitive abilities, refine artificial intelligences,
and brain-computer interfaces, simulate complex systems, create humanoid robots and cyborgs, and with the help of nanorobots, we may develop manageable matter. Find ways to transfer one's personality to an artificial carrier. Yet what we need is not just another technological revolution, but a new civilizational paradigm. We need new philosophy and ideology, new ethics, new culture and new psychology, and even new metaphysics. We must reset our limits, go beyond ourselves, beyond the Earth, and beyond the solar system. This is an adequate response to the challenges of our time. Thus, new reality and future man will arise. Could it happen spontaneously, by itself? Unlikely. Humanity does not have a master plan of its development. It seeks stability. It lives in the present and does not plan. It preserves the status quo and tries to escape development. It does not tend to map future centuries and take responsibility for evolution. In consumer society's culture, there is no evolutionary vocabulary and rhetoric. To break the deadlock, the Russia 2045 movement was founded. It is a mega project intended to reach new heights and meanings. We intend to create a new vector for civilization, aimed at constant human development and evolution. As happened with the mega projects of the last century, the nuclear and the space programs, we integrate the latest discoveries and developments from the sciences: physics, energetics, aeronautics, bioengineering, nanotechnology, neurology, cybernetics, cognitive science. May everlasting spiritual ideals and values help us avoid going astray. Our project will give new meanings to the millions of people on Earth, will become a result of their joint creativity, and will lead us out of the impasse. Away from the murder of nature and physical death, forward to the realm of freedom and creativity, to the depths of the ocean and to the stars, to the infinite universe of our inner world. Our forecast for the next 40 years. February 2012. Global Future 2045 Congress is held in Moscow. It is a debate platform for discussion of our civilization's prospects for development. 2012 to 2013, the global economic and social crises are exacerbated. The debates on the global paradigm of future development intensifies. New transhumanist movements and parties emerge. Russia 2045 transforms into World 2045. Simultaneously, the 2045.com international social network for open innovation is expanding. Here, anyone interested may propose a project, take part in working on it, or fund it, or both. In the network, there are scientists, scholars, researchers, financiers, and managers. 2013 to 2014. New centers working on cybernetic technologies for the development of radical life extension rise. The race for immortality starts. 2015 to 2020. The Avatar is created. A robotic human copy controlled by thought via brain-computer interface. It becomes as popular as a car. In Russia and in the world appear, in testing mode, several breakthrough projects. Android robots to replace people in manufacturing tasks. Android robot servants for every home. Thought-controlled avatars to provide telepresence in any place of the world and abolish the need for business trips. Flying cars. Thought-driven mobile communications built into the body or sprayed onto the skin. 2020 to 2025. An autonomous system providing life support for the brain and allowing it interaction with the environment is created. The brain is transplanted into an Avatar B. With Avatar B, man receives new, expanded life. 2025. The new generation of avatars provides complete transmission of sensations from all 5 sensory robot organs to the operator. 2030 to 2035. Rebrain. The colossal project of brain reverse engineering is implemented. World science comes very close to understanding the principles of consciousness. 2035. The first successful attempt to transfer one's personality to an alternative carrier. The epoch of cybernetic immortality begins. 2040 to 2050. bodies made of nanorobots that can take any shape arise alongside hologram bodies. 2045 to 2050. Drastic changes in social structure and in scientific and technological development. All the prerequisites for space expansion are established. For the man of the future, war and violence are unacceptable. The main priority of his development is spiritual self-improvement. A new era dawns. The era of neo-humanity.
Oh my. Yes, well, if all of this seems familiar as that transhumanist ideal that we've been attempting to expose here on the podcast for many years, then I think you have been paying attention, so give yourself a pat on the back. Very, very worrying stuff indeed, especially worrying that so many people will embrace this without thinking at all about who is directing this transformation of humanity itself and to what end. But some background on this group, the Global Future 2045 group, can be garnered at their website, gf2045.com, which I suggest you explore for some more background about what this group has produced in the past and the types of conferences they hold. But perhaps the best overview of this can be garnered from a very recent article from Infowars.com by Aaron Dykes. United Nations envisions transhumanist future where man is obsolete, which I think gives a good overview of what this is really all about. Although I would, I guess, quibble with the appellation United Nations. As far as I know, this Global Future 2045 group is not themselves affiliated with the United Nations, other than that they will submit a draft of their resolution to the United Nations to demand implementation of their transhumanist ideal of this life extension nanobot avatar technology to merge man with machine and populate the heavens, or something along those lines. And once again, perhaps you would best be served by going and watching the video that accompanies that audio, so that you get a better idea of what it is they're envisioning in a visual sense. And if anyone is not creeped out at least a little bit by this type of video, I think you're probably just not paying attention. And certainly I think my listeners will be well situated to understand what's really being proposed here. It is not the utopia that they're talking about. It is really a nightmare for humanity. And a nightmare that is predicated once again on the very small ruling elite that Lord Bertrand Russell himself and many, many others besides were writing about, as we pointed out at the top of today's podcast, and that they have fully and openly admitted exist, as of course Aldous Huxley did in his famous 1961 speech on the ultimate revolution, or the final revolution, I should say, in which he talked about the ruling elite who have always existed and presumably always will, and how they are using technology to implement a further and more perfect control over humanity, and to direct humanity in the direction they wish. And this is really what they have in mind for their totalitarian world government, and their version of the apotheosis of man that Philip Collins was talking about earlier, in which it is not the perfection of man as in overcoming all obstacles and perpetuating the species into the heavens so that we can all share in peace and happiness, so much as it is making sure that there is a servile class that will be at the whim of the ruling elite, and that the ruling elite will be the ones to propagate themselves into the heavens, and with their exoskeleton shells or whatever it is they're planning. And once again, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like the type of thing you would laugh at, but again, it's not coming from myself or from the kooky conspiracy theorists. It's coming from organizations like this GF 2045, which includes such famed innovators and scientists as Ray Kurzweil. Surprise, surprise. So once again, check it out for yourself and don't take my word for it. But these are the types of people who are truly planning, scheming, crafting, and attempting to become those rulers of humanity that are really at the base of this agenda for complete social control. Now, to be sure, it is a very, very long way to go between our current lived reality and that vision of the future of downloading our brains into these cybernetic organisms and all of that future fantasy of the transhumanist movement. Then I think it is the sheer size of that gap between what we see around us today and what we are envisioning for the future, or at least some of the elite out there are envisioning for the future, it is the size of that gap which presents the incredulity gap, as it were, for so much of the public out there that doesn't even want to begin thinking about this information and can easily dismiss it by saying, well, that's just sci-fi fantasy, that's so far out there, and that's talking about things that will never happen. And it doesn't necessarily matter how much evidence you present that not only is it likely to happen, it is already happening. There are people out there who will simply dismiss it, even as they take one step by one step into that vision of the future, by starting to get on to the 4G mobile, completely immersive world where everything will start to become more and more a virtual reality, even as it's being lived. Well, anyway, as I say, the difference between that 20 or 30 or 40 years in the future outcome versus what we're living through right at the moment presents something of an incredulity gap by which many people will not even bother to look at this information, and they want to know more how this affects us on an everyday level. So it is important to take a look at the nitty-gritty detail of social engineering and how it can actually be accomplished step by step. Quite literally, in this case, in fact, because I'm going to direct your attention to a video, and I won't bother to play the audio because there's really nothing of substance that you can hear. But it's called Piano Stairs, and it's by thefuntheory.com. And it is a very innocuous and perhaps even, well, laudable idea that's put together by our good friends at Volkswagen, because they love you so much, and it's the Führer's car, so they must be working for the good of humanity. And they have a site called thefuntheory.com, which posits different ways of trying to get people to do things that are good for them by making them fun, instead of seen to be a chore. So in Piano Stairs, you can see how Volkswagen, sponsoring the Fun Theory, has created this staircase in Europe, where in Stockholm, where there's a staircase next to an escalator. And when the staircase is a staircase, most people, in fact, almost everyone, takes the escalator because it's easier to do. They're side by side, and the people can either walk up the stairs or they can take the escalator. So, of course, they're going to take the escalator. It's just easier to do. So the idea is, how do you get people to change their behavior? How do you get them to take the stairs and thus do a little bit of exercise, and it is something that's good for them in the end. So how do you make them do that more often without any coercion or without any overt advertising campaign or anything of that sort? Well, on the Fun Theory, they take these types of things as little challenges, so they decided to make this staircase into a piano, so that every time you walk on one of the stairs, it makes a note. And it's like, I guess, that scene from Big with Tom Hanks that we can all harken back to, I'm sure, in our childhood or earlier adulthood. And yes, it makes it fun to walk up the stairs because you can make a little song as you do so. And so I'll let you watch that video for yourself. And it's an interesting little idea. And certainly one can see quite obviously how people can be enticed into taking the staircase instead of using the escalators, simply by making it fun to take the staircase. And isn't that a good thing in the end? Well, this is the very, very nitty, tiny, gritty detail of social engineering, and this is a very, very tiny example to be sure, and one that is quite innocuous. In fact, it's almost laudable. Well, certainly, yes, people should probably take the stairs if they can. It's better for them. Why not? And if they can be made to do so simply by making it fun, and if it's sponsored by a loving, wonderful, benevolent corporation like Volkswagen, well, then it must be all for the good of humanity. And unfortunately, though, of course, as we have charted out in this podcast in the past, that is perhaps the beginning of a slippery slope indeed, down to the detail of episode 145 of this podcast, You Are Being Gamed, where we listened to that bone-chilling presentation, the most disturbing presentation ever, which envisioned that every aspect of our daily life may one day be a type of game, and we will be constantly trying to earn points, to earn rewards, or to save money, or to even get tax benefits, or whatever the case may be. And in these tiny little games, you might get points for brushing your teeth, etc. And everything will become a type of game, and this type of fun theory will be used to micro-engineer every single facet of our life. And it's very interesting to see how the piano stairs idea can really start to become something somewhat almost menacing when you start to take it to that extent. Of course, this is very much the idea of a more of an Aldous Huxleyan Brave New World type of future autocratic society where it seems to be all fun and games and happiness and no one's really being coerced to do anything at the point of a gun, so it must be a good thing. Well, I suppose there is that argument to be made and to be had, but at any rate, let's start to take a look at some more examples of how people can be micro-engineered through the manipulation of their habits. And once again, let's harken back to Edward Bernays, nephew of Sigmund Freud, who of course literally wrote the book on propaganda called Propaganda from 1928, and let us once again harken to the very, very opening sentences of that book. Chapter 1, Organizing Chaos, quote, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country," end quote. So once again, I will urge you to read through Propaganda to see how Edward Bernays tackled that problem of organizing the habits and opinions of the masses, certainly a dream of any truly would-be dictator in this day and age. And let's see how that works in some other contexts. And for that, we're going to switch over to episode 51 of the Peace Revolution podcast at peacerevolution.org, wherein our old friend Richard Grove presented a very interesting clip of Peg Luksic called "Who Controls Our Children? How Public Schools Dumb Down Kids." And it is a very interesting glimpse into how social engineering takes place at an institutional level, of course, in the context of the education system that Lord Bertrand Russell was talking about at the beginning of this podcast. And in this clip, well, she draws on an analogy from the corporate sales world, surprise, surprise, to talk about how this dumbing down can take place and, in fact, is taking place. So let's listen to this fascinating clip.
When I began the process, I just didn't like the regulations because I thought, well, they're kind of nebulous and they don't make a lot of sense. And when we started investigating, what we found is that the plan is really very organized and very well put together. The plan is to move education away from what we have right now, which is traditional education. That's, you have so many Carnegie units, you had 4 classes of math and 4 classes of English and so many classes of history to graduate, to what is called outcome-based education. Outcome-based education says that the student must demonstrate something in order to meet the goal and be promoted or graduate. In the traditional system, said this is an A, this is a B, this is a C, this is a D, this is an E, and you fit wherever you fit. Now, you had so much time in order to do that, so, you know, you had 180 days, and then the achievement went up or down according to that. In outcome-based education, the theory is everybody gets an A, or everybody gets a B, and however long it takes you to get there is okay. If you can get there in 3 days, then you graduate in 3 days. If it takes you 10 years, then you graduate in 10 years. Everything rides on the goals and on meeting the goals. So instead of saying the schools will teach, the theory now is the student will demonstrate. And so it's a major shift in the way we look at education. In order to understand that, I want you to think of a telephone salesman. Have you ever gotten a telephone call from a telephone salesman? You pick up the phone and the salesman says, "Hi, he asks you 3 or 4 questions. I'm selling purple shoes tonight, so I want to know, are you a shoe owner?" And you say yes or no. And I say, "Do you like the color purple?" And you say yes or no. "Do you buy your own shoes, or does your husband buy your shoes, or your wife buy your shoes, or your children buy your shoes, or does some other person buy your shoes for you?" And you say yes or no. That's my pre-test. I have just established the baseline data. Now I know where you are, so I can begin teaching you about why you need purple shoes. That's the pre-test. Now that I've established that, I'm going to do my sales pitch, and I'm going to give you 10 reasons why you really, really need purple shoes, and you can't live without them, and you want them. That's the curriculum. I have taught you something. I'm done now. Would you like to put that, Mrs. Smith, on your Visa or on your MasterCard? That's the post-test. I am assessing you to see if you have met my goal or not. My goal is that you're going to buy my shoes. You say, "Put it on my Visa." You have met the goal. I'm going to say thank you very much, and you may graduate from this conversation, and I'm going to hang up. You say, "No, you have not met the goal. I am going to say, well, why not? What is your objection? And you're going to tell me. And I am going to remediate you. I'm going to put you through another sales pitch to make you want my purple shoes. That's remediation. You're going to walk that loop with me one more time, and at the end of the remediation, I'm going to say, should I put this on your Visa or your MasterCard? I'm testing you again. That's a reassessment. If you say, yes, you have met the goal, you may graduate from the conversation and I'm going to hang up. If you say, no, I'm going to say, what is your objection? And I'm going to remediate you again and test you again. Now, if you would stay on the phone indefinitely, I would keep making you walk that remediation loop until you finally said, yes, you're going to buy my shoes, until you meet the goal. However, in a telephone sales call, you can say, excuse me, I've been remediated enough, I'm never meeting your goal, and you can hang up the phone. A child in a classroom cannot hang up the phone. They are going to be remediated again and again and again and again until they meet the goal. That's outcome-based education. Everything rests on the goals. That's the ladder that everything rests on. So when I started getting involved way back in the fall, I looked at the goals because that's what everything rests on. I thought I'd find geography, history, spelling, reading. I found adaptability to change, ethical judgment, self-esteem, family living, proper environmental attitudes, understanding and appreciating others. And I went and met with Mr. Fear, who's the executive director of the State Board of Education in Pennsylvania, and I said, where did you get these? And with every goal, there was a list of exit outcomes. That's the specific behaviors that the child has to demonstrate in order to prove that they met the goal. The child just can't say, I met the goal, I understand others, isn't that great? The child has a list of behaviors that they have to demonstrate in order to prove that they met the goal. So I said to Mr. Fear, well, where'd you get the goals? And where did you get these exit outcomes? Where did they come from? And he said, oh, we had committees meet all over the state. And we brought together teachers and parents and other groups, and we got together and had consensus forming, and we reevaluated them and redid them, and they came up with over 500 student learning outcomes. And I said, well, okay, what did they base it on? He said, oh, nothing. We developed these specifically for Pennsylvania. I said, well, you mean when they went in and sat down, the table was empty? Oh, no. I said, well, what was on the table? Connecticut's goals. Oh, okay. So I wrote to Connecticut and said to Connecticut, would you please send me your goals? And Connecticut did send me their goals. And I sat down, and Connecticut's goals and Pennsylvania's goals were the same goals. Word for word, the same goals. Since then, we've gotten the goals from 26 different states, and this just gives you a little overview of what some of those exit outcomes are and how close they were. All students understand and appreciate their worth as unique and capable individuals and exhibit self-esteem. That's Pennsylvania's. Connecticut. Each student should be able to appreciate his or her worth as a unique and capable individual and exhibit self-esteem. Does that sound familiar? You can take all the student learning outcomes and match them up. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter whose outcomes you're looking at. If you strip the names of the states, you can't tell whose are whose. Now, the other states, they passed their goals and their exit outcomes on the first go-around. Pennsylvania, because of the involvement of parents like you and me and other ones across the state, have been forced to rewrite their student learning outcomes 7 times now. Some of these are from the first set that was first published in September. They published another set on March the 11th. That set included student learning outcomes that said that our children would exhibit the proper attitudes to live in the American constitutional democracy. We don't have a constitutional democracy. We have a democratic republic. The State Board of Education got the form of government wrong. So I went on the radio in Harrisburg and said the State Board of Education doesn't know what their government is, much less what attitudes you need to live in it. So they rewrote those learning outcomes on March the 12th. That set lasted 24 hours. They're in their 7th rewrite now of student learning outcomes, and really, they haven't changed a bit. They've combined some, they've rearranged some, they've reorganized some, but the exit outcomes are still the same.
Once again, Peg Luksic talking about who controls our children, i.e. the outcome-based system of education that has replaced traditional education over the last several decades. And it is interesting to note, if you go and watch that video, certainly that video is, I'm not exactly sure how old, but I would venture to say at least 30 years old, or at least 20 years old, probably older than that. So this is something that has been demonstrably going on for quite a while now, and is obviously starting to bear fruit in the generation that has been raised in such an education system with these outcome-based models. And it's very interesting that she hinged her example there on the telemarketing example, and how a salesman would go through and assign a curriculum for someone to make them understand that they need to buy this company's purple shoes or what have you. Of course, the corporate example is interesting there, because certainly the types of manipulations and tricks that can work on a classroom of students are the same that can then be used to go out and sell to those same classroom of students later on in their lives, often without even really them realizing that they are involved in a sales pitch. And of course, that is always the most effective form of sales pitch, isn't it? So this is an extremely important bedrock issue, and just another example of how social engineering can take place on such a mass scale, at such a bedrock institutional level, and can come to really pervade an entire society, while the parents who would otherwise be interested in their children's education and how that's proceeding can be basically just put off to sleep, and don't worry about your children's education. The state's taking care of it. Well, we all know where that's leading everyone, unfortunately, and it is towards that technocratic, epistemological, autocratic vision of the future put out by Global Future 2045 and groups like that want to see us all become, or not all become, these cybernetic robots, but of course only the elite few, the supermen who will reach the apotheosis. But I digress. Let's get back to this point. So we have taken a look at one very specific example of the type of social engineering that can take place at an educational, institutional level in order to engineer a crop of students who will be more amenable to whatever really types of sales pitches and things that people want to put on them in the future. Of course, that's not the only outcome of this outcome-based education, but it is one of them, certainly, and I think not coincidentally so. But let's take a look at another, perhaps even more disturbing example of all of this and where it's heading, a much more recent example from our old friend, quote-unquote, Fareed Zakaria of GPS on CNN. And you will hearken back to the Listening to the Enemy episodes of this podcast in order to find out more about Fareed and some of the interesting guests he always has on. Well, let's take a listen to another interesting guest. This one was on the April 30th program from earlier this year. And in it, Fareed is talking to an author who wrote a very interesting book about the science of habits and how habits can be changed and manipulated and organized. Wow, where have I heard that before? So let's take a listen to this very recent example of how social engineering is proceeding apace.
More than 40% of the actions people perform every day, that you perform every day, are not actually decisions you make, but they are the product of habits. We like to think of habits as traits that can't be changed, but it turns out that habits are malleable. And knowing how to change them has profound implications not just at the personal level, but also for companies and governments. My next guest has a new book that explores this theme. Charles Duhigg is the author of The Power of Habit. He is a reporter for the New York Times. He joins me today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So tell the story of Alcoa. Paul O'Neill, who later becomes Secretary of the Treasury, is CEO of Alcoa. And when he first comes in, Alcoa is not doing well at all. But he focuses on worker safety.
Right, exactly.
Why?
And everyone expected him to focus on productivity and efficiency, but what he said was worker safety is his number one goal. And it's because he recognized that that there are these things that are called keystone habits within organizations. And if you can change this one habit, you set off a chain reaction. And that's exactly what happened within Alcoa. By focusing on worker safety, he actually transformed the entire organization, and within 2 years, they were the top performer in the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
And you look at, one of the things that goes on here is that people have more ability to change. They have more willpower than they think they have.
That's exactly. In the last decade, our understanding of the science of habits has been completely transformed by neurological studies. And what what we understand now is that every habit has these three components: a cue, a routine, and a reward. And that if you diagnose these cues and these rewards, you can begin changing automatic behaviors in ways that we never really thought were possible previously.
So give me an example of what one would think of as a bad habit that you could change.
So smoking is a great example, right? In the last decade, smoking rates have just plummeted in the United States. And part of the reason why is because we now understand why people smoke, that there's these cues, such as a time of day that triggers the behavior, but that more importantly, it's delivering a reward, that nicotine actually gives you this energy. And so now interventions go in, and what they say is don't just try and quit smoking, replace it with coffee, with exercise, with something that gives you that same reward. And we've seen an incredible decrease in the number of people smoking and their ability to quit.
And when you look at a company like Starbucks, it also tries to produce certain kinds of habits when dealing with, for example, disgruntled customers.
That's exactly right. One of the interesting things about Starbucks is that they have to sell customer service alongside that $4 latte. But they're dealing with a workforce that's often 17 years old, high school graduates. So they have to teach them these life skills. And what they do is they design specific habits to use in corporate settings. When an angry customer comes up, that's a cue for what they call the latte method, which is you listen and you thank them and you give them a free cup of coffee. And then the reward is that basically you solve this problem. They take decision-making out of the equation, they make the response automatic, and customer service productivity go up enormously.
Target tried to measure some of these issues. How did it do it?
Well, Target has this really interesting project, as does most of corporate America, of intensely studying shoppers' habits. And Target actually used this to try and predict which women were pregnant by studying how their shopping habits changed. They got so good that they can essentially assign every woman who comes regularly through their doors a pregnancy prediction score and even estimate their due date within 2 weeks.
Why is that important to shopping?
Well, what Target knows is that when you go through a major life event, your habits change, even if you're not aware of it. If you get married, the type of coffee you buy changes. If you get a divorce, the type of beer you buy changes. When you have a child, all of your shopping habits are up for grabs, even if you're not completely aware of it. Target knows if they can get the right coupon in your hand at the right time, you'll start buying from them.
I suppose the fundamental question is, can you change habits?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the biggest insight that we have. And it's not just personal habits, it's also habits within companies, organizational habits, habits across societies. What we've learned in the last decade, particularly from neurological studies, is any habit can be changed. It doesn't matter how ingrained the behavior is, it doesn't matter how old the person is. If you can identify the cue and the reward and understand what's driving the behavior from a neurological perspective, the craving, then you can change that behavior. But you have to be deliberate about it. CEOs have to actually think about their organizational habits. They can't just kind of try and do it on the fly. And good CEOs, Jack Welch, Lou Gertzner, that when you talk to them, they talk about organizational habits and how important it is to get them right.
What habit have you changed?
Well, I've actually lost like 30 pounds since I started writing this book, and I'm training for the New York City Marathon now.
So and you attribute it to this?
I do. I got to say, I mean, it sounds like I'm selling snake oil, but it's actually true. I'm an investigative reporter for the Times. I'm not given to fashion trends, but if you understand this science, if you figure out how to take apart these habits, you can actually change your life in these really important ways.
Best of luck on the marathon.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, I certainly hope everyone picked up on that very interesting phrase, the science of habits, and all of the neurological studies that author is assuring us have been taking place in recent years to really start to peg down that science and really start to understand how people form their habits and how they can be manipulated even better, I suppose, because obviously, demonstrably, as we saw earlier in today's podcast, that very goal has been being worked towards at least since the 1950s when Bertrand Russell was writing, but of course it even precedes that as we start to take a look at H.G. Wells and Aldous Huxley and all the other people who've been involved in this elite science for so long and that we've documented in previous editions of this podcast. But there it is. Certainly, it is certainly continuing to this present day and will continue in the future as the scientific cast, which is funded, of course, by the foundations, which have been heavily involved in this agenda for decades, if not a century, are continuing to do their research in more and more unique, subtle, and penetrating ways to try to understand how to manipulate the human organism and how to manipulate those habits, which will ultimately engineer society in one way or another. And I hope you were particularly paying attention to the really bone-chillingly disturbing example of Target and the way it is literally targeting their customers. I think there's some... that's more than just a name. I think it's a very apt description of the company. Target is targeting their customers with all sorts of reward bonus card programs that, of course, monitor everything that is being purchased. And, of course, that is all run through data filtering systems that then can accurately predict women's due dates within 2 weeks. And this is something that's been written about in other publications and things. So I would suggest you check more into that. It is not something that this guy is just talking about. It's something that is actually happening and probably shouldn't surprise any of us, except for the boldness with which these companies pursue their social engineering agenda out in open view of everyone, and how bold they are in collecting all of everyone's personal data, which in any age other than our own would have been seen to be the ultimate invasion of privacy and absolutely cause for revulsion, horror, and an instant boycott of such a company. But in our day and age, I guess it's just, wow, jolly gee whiz, wow. Can you believe they're doing all of that data collection? Wow, it must be quite a thing to behold. Even as Google is now admitting, oh yes, well, our executives did know completely about the Wi-Fi stealing data from all of the people that the Google Street View cars were driving past. But don't worry about that. Yes, there will be criminal investigations now, but it'll probably just pass over and no one will think twice about it. Well, certainly all of this information is being plugged into incredibly sophisticated data mining software behind the scenes, and we do know this. We know things like the target system for example, targeting customers to find out who's pregnant and who's not, although of course that's not as far as that type of program goes, and it goes much further through other things like Google and, well, who knows what else is out there. But this is only the beginning of what will be a nightmare future for humanity if we continue along this path of giving our data away and allowing the elites to have all of that data to use at their disposal to manipulate our habits and to understand us better, like the lab rats that they think we are in this system where they want to literally engineer us into serviceable slaves for the elite ruling class. Again, this sounds like an amazingly sweeping, unbelievably grand agenda, and it is. And for anyone who has invested any time looking into it for themselves, you will already know that. Of course, at this point, the question for all of us must be, how do we escape this nightmare future? What is the way out? How do we combat against this social engineering? What is the answer? That, my friends, is an exceptionally good question. But I'm afraid we are out of time for this episode of the podcast. So in another two-part type episode of the podcast next week, we will be addressing that question quite specifically, and we will be taking a look at the cognitive armor that we can wear against this psychic attack in the manipulation of our habits and opinions, which is the true battle that's taking place behind the scenes and has been for centuries. So I hope you will join me then, my friends. It's going to be a very interesting podcast episode indeed. And until then, I am your host, James Corbett, thanking you so much for joining me for this episode of the Corbett Report podcast and asking you to join me again next week.
thing she brought upon herself. Write the suicide note into the movie. I love you all too much to carry on. Everyone will think back to what they were wearing or who they were dating when the bones were found. People of the future won't remember names, but the betrayal smells the same. I can't keep up. It's clear that you have a real gift of gab, and I'm just jealous. Maybe that's the way you and I will always relate. But I won't let how I sincerely feel dare stand in my way, 'cause there's no love lost that I can't find again, my dear friend. You always said that we're friends, but that must depend which way the wind blows. It's clear that you have your own set of plans, and I just follow. And maybe that's the way you and I will always relate. So I won't let how I sincerely feel here stand in my way, 'cause there's no love lost that I can't find again, my dear friend.
to say I'm walking a lot. It's safe to say I'm thinner. It's safe to say if we don't find food soon, we won't make it through winter. I'm walking, I'm running, I'm picking up steam. I'm threatening to explode. I'm going to make it, we're going to make it before the cows come home. Before the cows come home. Before the cows come home. It's safe to say I'm walking a lot. It's safe to say I'm thinner. It's safe to say if we don't find food soon, we won't make it through winter.
realize this short glimpse is not the only chance that you will have to see. All the ways that I can prove myself as worthy to be the one and only treasure thing. Sure thing. I can't believe I lent my hand to help destroy a helpless man. Maybe it's a long shot now, but still I say, should my soul survive this fall, then I pray, if I pray at all, that I could catch my breath and come away unscathed. Away unscathed. I once believed you were my savior, but now you're nothing but a traitor. And still I wait for your return. I get the feeling I have waited a whole lifetime. A lot to lose with nothing to gain. To gain. I can't believe I lent my hand to help destroy a helpless man. I've got a feeling
This is logical progression. You're listening to the present, the past, and the future. The vibe has begun. The time will be then. The sound is now. Taking you inside. Step by step by step by step by step by step by step. Deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Taking you step by step by step. Step by step by deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. As we push the door open to let you in. Let the progression session begin. Musical misses got me drifting in time. Now you're locked into this mystic vibe. As we trip, as we glide, you're locked into this mystic mood. Sounds to make you sure and prove. You're locked into this mystic vibe. The sound is now, and the time has arrived. Check the mystic secrets will reveal. It's all about the way you want to hear your feelings. While we take you step by step by step. Step by step. fraction by fraction, step into the line of my sight. As quick as it started, I pick my target. I ignite the mic. Sometimes I hold back, keep you under a stun, and if the vibes coming, I explode. Quick as the drumming shouldn't be running from the vision in your mind. I can see it clear as day, same vision as mine. Need to confirm, need to define the reason the rhyme is rolling. I see in you word unfolding, step into the world of your own. Groundwork is in the bone, clear bass tones moan, and it's coming home time. Mama endorse a call. or negative. Sounds of the logical, sounds of imperative. So you're on a roll in the mainframe. Beautiful and complex, opposite to symbol and play. Twisting up the mainframe.
You are entering a fraternity of great honor. I would think it comes first about everything else.
Step into the roof of my mind. Mystic emotion got me dripping in time. The deeper we go, the higher we climb. Step into the world of your own. The groundwork is in the bone, the clear bass tones moan. Step into the vibe of your life. You hit the jackpot, filling the cavities of the pain and the strife. Targets in life sure gotta be one. But I would give them to the rhythm from sun to sun. Disciples of disaster. Become a master to this, master the twist, current the mess. Forward bound to futurist steps. And I thank God for giving me my musical depth. Step by step. This is logical, this is a progression. the rhythm flow. We got a plan, got a strategy. Spreading our mystical vibe across your whole anatomy. the musical messages to the mind. Got you drifting in space and time. The deeper we go, the higher we climb. Just let your soul get physical.